Yeah.
I'm
I
trying to
found
think.
like an old journal where I like confessed my love of Ricky Martin and how I wanted my future husband to like have sweet moves like Ricky Martin. And
And
and yes, Peter has sweet moves like Ricky Martin.
is he living La Vida Loca right now?
Yep, every
Out in the
day.
Marriott?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Thursday night. It's 8 o'clock. That means something. What does it mean? It means it's time for Gab and Doodle. Let me just get my feed going here so I can see what's going on. I see that my cat has joined. A few other folks have joined. Awesome. Okay. So tonight our guest is going to join a few minutes late potentially. And that is okay because they have a little one they have to put to bed. And we want to make sure that they have time to put that little one to bed before they join us. So tonight, while we wait for a minute or while I have a chance to talk to people, first of all, welcome. Welcome to the lovely evening that we have in front of us. Our guest tonight is, let me grab books here real quick. We got two books. Their first book that we have on plate tonight is Dim Sum Palace. Our guest is Fang. They'll be joining us. Oh, look, I see they joined us just now. This is the book that we've been fans, but this when we saw this one come out, I mentioned in the post that aesthetically I was just like enamored, absolutely enamored with the character design in this sucker and the like, especially when I saw this actually was the page that got me, and just the like the face and the like little bit of baby fat that's there and the proportions were just so good that I was excited by it. And then just recently they had another book come out, We Are Definitely Human, and we were able to go visit them doing a reading. There we go. Like they don't live that far from us. And so we went up there, and this book also has this like just wonderful like character design and whatnot throughout. And so we're very excited to have them join us. And I will let them in now. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna take that request.
Five. So they got their little baby bed. We hope we're screaming in the background.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Going good. Do you have a little sleeping one now, or is it?
I
Uh,
do. He is like sleeping away.
okay,
He
good.
like wonderfully went to bed on the early
Oh,
side, which is great. And
I
so hopefully he'll like sleep through the night, fingers crossed, but
is he
all's good.
sleeping through the night already?
He
Uh,
is, but
Okay.
it's like he is really big for his age, so he always wakes up at least like once in the middle of the night to feed.
Yeah.
But it's usually like when I put him down, we probably get like maybe 6, 7, 8 hours before he wakes up again.
It's right
And so,
when you go to sleep, probably
yes,
is when you. Yeah.
yes. It's like he goes to bed at like 7. I go to bed at like maybe 10, 11, and then he wakes up at like 1.
Immediately.
So I get
Yeah.
like a few hours of sleep. And I'm like,
Not
ah.
enough in a row though. That's
I
the
know, but I feel like my
down.
body's adapting, and I'm just like constantly delirious, but it's
Honestly,
good.
seeing the baby monitor immediately like brings back uh this is gonna sound real creepy no matter how I say this, but
Yeah,
watching a baby sleep is
yeah,
just like one of the sweetest things when
yes,
they're all just curled up and you can like I remember when my son was born walking in there and like just watching him sleep. It was nervous, but then just watching his like belly,
yeah,
the
yeah,
breathing or whatever, I was just
yeah.
like, oh, he's still breathing. And like the like reward of that was so good.
Yeah, well,
So
I feel like the whole horror film like genre has kind of like weird like made the baby monitor a little bit nerve-wracking for
hmm
me because there are times like before bed I'll like check on him and then I'll look at the monitor and he's awake and just staring at the monitor, two like dark shark eyes just like staring, and you're like, "Oh, horrifying. horrifying.
The
Yeah, or
nightlight or
yeah,
the whatever that's called, the infrared
the
vision
night
or
light,
whatever is
yeah, the
so
night vision.
yeah.
And now he's like somehow pulling himself to like sit up. So sometimes I look over and he's like sitting up, like facing like the bar. So I just see the back of his head facing, like sitting up, staring out. And it's just the creepiest thing. I love him. He's my baby, but I'm like, ugh.
Question
Like,
for a second.
I
Yeah.
know, I'm like,
Who's in
ugh.
my baby?
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want him to like turn around, like his head slowly turns like 360. Like,
I remember when our son, I like how we just jumped into this conversation, but when our son was born, I remember when we went and looked at baby monitors, one of the things we were very careful about at the time, and I don't think it's much of an issue now, but there was all these fears that if it's hooked up to your Wi-Fi,
people
that
can hack in.
that people could hack
Yeah.
in. And I was so
Yeah.
worried that like we would get this voice coming in, like yelling at the baby. And like, of course, I'm sure
Yeah.
it's some sort of like scare tactics that someone put out there just to mess with people.
I
But
know.
it's,
My
we,
cousin had like a video monitor that had this weird delay. So she would like go and check on her baby and then come back up and then look at the monitor and see like a person walk in and it was her. But she was like, it like freaked her out. There was like a 1 minute delay and it was just like so scary. I was like, oh
that's
my God.
that's
Anyways,
haunting.
it's
This is
haunting. I think it's like, we like, I have never seen any of the Paranormal Activity movies, but this is like how much it's
Mhm.
kind of like implanted itself in our culture that I'm like, oh, a haunting's gonna happen
So
in there.
let me ask you this. This is totally unrelated to what we're going to be talking about tonight, etc. But um, I've heard rumors, and I do it myself, that a lot of kidlit folks listen to like murder podcasts
Yes.
and things. Do you do that
Yeah, I
regularly?
listen to so many like murder. I listen to a lot of like ghost story podcasts,
Mm-hmm.
and they're awesome. Like real paranormal, supernatural activities. I love that. I love crime. I love violence. Like when I'm working on my gentle children's story, I like to be listening to very terrible crime
Mm-hmm.
happening while I'm like making books for young readers.
The other day my wife came down and I was working on uh, I guess it was yeah it's a new book that I'm working on, and I was listening to Dateline. You know who Keith Morrison
Yeah,
is? Yeah, it was one
yeah,
of those, like
that
his
voice.
classic voice.
Yeah.
And so she was making recordings. She came to get B-roll for stuff and was just going back and forth to like the audio of him saying some horrendous thing about
Yeah.
this like trial or whatever it was. So anyways, let's I'm going to back up here a little bit and sort of say, first of all, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for
This is
having me.
this
I'm thrilled.
exciting.
Yeah.
I was saying right at the top that when we discovered your work, and then when the first book came out, that when this one came out, I was like, I've never eaten dim sum, so
Yeah.
don't attack me.
It's
Um,
okay. It's okay. I'm like, you know, preaching, like
yeah,
spreading the gospel of dim
at
sum.
some point, I will get my hands on some. But the character design work in this thing, like the faces, were so good throughout that I was like, this book, because my
Yeah.
wife got it originally, I think, at the library, and I immediately saw it, and I was like, oh, we need to buy
Oh,
that one.
oh,
And
thank
so
you.
we
Yeah.
immediately got it. And then we saw the second book come out, and I for some reason in my head, it didn't connect to me that you were so. The second book, I mean, We Are Definitely Human.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you guys were as close as you were for some reason in my head, that you were living in like the big city, New York or something of the sort, and
We
you're in little old
did.
Maine.
Yeah, we did. My husband and I were we met in New York and then we moved to Philadelphia because we wanted to get out of the big city. So in our
Yeah.
heads, we're like, we need to leave the big city. Let's move to Philadelphia. And and it was still like we thought maybe a smaller city would be more our speed, but it was still like too much city,
Too fast.
eh,
Yeah.
too fast. And so we have been in the woods of Midcoast Maine for maybe this past summer was our second summer. Although right now we're technically renovating our house, so we're living in a
Okay.
rental, really close to Freeport, which is the LL
Ooh.
Bean headquarters, like the LL Bean 24-hour store.
Is it
So if
24 hours now?
it's 24 hours. I like keep, if I didn't have a baby, I would like go at 3 a.m. just to be like, who's here at 3 a.m.? Like, how many employees do they have at this giant LL Bean store?
It's all the people that walk out of the woods.
Yeah.
Just that.
I imagine it's like some lobsterman being like, oh, my, like, my duck boots have ripped. I need,
Yeah.
it's like a duck boot emergency. And they like drive to Freeport to the 24-hour LL Bean and get their duck
That's
boots so they can like go.
It's every time that we go through Freeport, it's always a stop there to go to the LL Bean store.
Mhm.
And I remember early on, it was like bringing our son, because they used to have fish. I don't know if it's still there anymore, but they used to have this big aquarium of fish that you could go look at. And so it was a good entertainment stop if you were driving up, because we used to go up to Bar Harbor all the time.
Yeah.
And we'd stop there at LL Bean specifically.
Yeah.
So again, thank you for joining us,
Sure.
and we're huge fans. But what I ask people to do up front is sort of give a little quick intro as to who you are,
Okay.
in case they don't know you, but they should know you, and they should celebrate, again, the wonder of all these amazing books that have come out. But give us a quick, who are you? What do you do?
My name is X Fang, but my friends call me Susan. X Fang is my I guess like picture book name, and it's really just my Mandarin name, which is Shren Ru, spelled with an X, and so it's just like X Fang. The reason I came up with it is because there's a fashion designer named Susan Fang, and she is like blowing up. She's on Vogue. She's like in Vogue and stuff, and I get a lot of her emails because I own the domain name for SusanFang.com.
Yep.
And her website name is like SusanFangOfficial.com, but I have SusanFang.com. I know. But I get
the
her
real Susan.
Yeah. I get her emails all the time, like addressed to her. So I figured before I started my career in picture books, maybe I should like use a different name. But I am an illustrator, author, and I live in Midcoast, Maine, or newly transplanted to Midcoast, Maine. But I was born in Taiwan. I grew up in the South. I grew up in Georgia, and have been like just like making my way slowly up like the Northeast. I like moved from Georgia to Philly to New York and Philly, and now I'm going to Maine. Now I live in Maine. I feel like I'm just slowly making my way. Maybe one day I'll live in like Nova Scotia. I'll just slowly make my way up.
You're going to be up there like with those huge high tides they have. Just what happened to everybody? They all disappeared. So I was going to ask actually about sort of the nom de plume, the name that you chose, and sort of like how challenging that might be, because people see it and like even myself, I was like, X Fang, do I call you X?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know exactly how to like navigate that. And I had the same thing last week was T.L. Macbeth, and Trenton was his name. Yeah. But his name on stuff is T.L. Macbeth. And almost all of these are like someone else has the site or someone else has the name, or there's variables that come into play. So we are going to draw tonight. We're going to do whatever we're going to make. I don't know exactly where I'm going. I was sketching about 2 minutes before we started.
Okay.
And so all I have right now is I want to draw potentially someone trying to tie his shoelaces.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Like a little kid trying to tie their shoelaces.
Okay.
So like the silliness of that, like awkward. But do you have any sense what you're going to make tonight?
Yes. I am in the middle of a deadline. Okay. My third book for Tundra is coming out next year. And so I'm finishing final art for it. And so tonight I'm going to work on end papers.
Oh, nice.
Like this is the most pages I've ever made, like drawn. This book is so long.
How long is it?
I think it's like 50 something pages.
Ooh, okay.
I know. I feel like it started off like a standard page, but then it's like, oh, we need like this beat here. Let's just like add another page. And then my editor Tara was like, well, if you do like custom end papers, we can like, you know, be more flexible and play with these extra pages. I'm like, okay. And so in my mind, it's like, yeah, and then we'll add this, and maybe we'll hold a beat and then add another spread here. And now that I'm making the art, I'm like, oh my God, this is so
Because
much
they
work.
didn't add time. They
It didn't
didn't.
add time, but it's like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna make the end papers like a part of the story, so it like kind of like flows in. They're like, yeah.
Yep.
So when you're just like talking about it, it's like, yeah, I'll do this, and then like the half title page will have this, and then and it just like adds up, and
Mhm.
it is exhausting. It is exhausting. But anyways,
I have the book that I'm working on right now. It's a series that the first book they wanted the end papers to be like, again, that start of the story.
yeah,
And so the story starts on 2-3 and ends on 30-31 or whatever it is. And I was like, okay, cool. But then the second book came and let's do the same thing. And I'm like, you just added a bunch more spreads for me. And then somehow we got into like, well, there's going to be a different undie underneath the dust jacket.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden that's another cover that you're making effectively.
Yeah.
And now I'm on the fourth book, and I just finished the end paper the other night, and it took me so long because each one of them got more complicated as the story goes on because it's a series, and it's like, what did I do? I set up this precedence I am not happy with at this point.
Yeah. Well, my background is also in graphic design, and so like if I have the option of doing something like interesting, like the impulse, the part of me that wants to get the project over with is like, just, whatever.
Yep.
But then the designer in me is like, yes, I would like to do like custom spine and like case cover, something unique. And so there's always this tension where like the person who's actually putting in the physical labor is like, oh my God, let's make this stop. Just like, I just want to like copy and paste. But the designer in me is like, people will know that you just like copy and pasted, so you just gotta like draw it over again so it looks unique. And my husband also makes picture book, and he's just kind of like very anti like copy and paste. He's like, I could tell, people can always tell. I'm like, oh,
I have the same exact sentiment. Like I did the last book that came out. Well, the last book came out on Tuesday, so that's a different story. But the one before that was a 54-page book, so it was a long book, and I was like, I'm gonna go on and make this beautiful case wrap, and then they'll have the dust jacket on top. And they ended up and it was fine, I don't really care all that much, but they went and reused an interior image for the case wrap. And I'm the type of person who like, I never copy and paste. I will do, I did hand lettered books at the beginning where every single letter was different.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't copy and paste, and I'm like, it's a pride thing sort of for me. And I know it's the same feeling, like someone's going to see through this and they're going to say, they're going to look at it and go, oh, they cheated.
Yeah.
And it's that same sentiment. So I completely understand, but it's you set yourself up for pain later.
You find like the right balance, because like when you think like people will see through it, you're thinking about other illustrators and like artists. But the truth is the people who are going to look at it the most are kids, and kids are just like, this is a book. How did you make a book? Like, you made this from trees. And so they don't really notice like the details like that. So that's what I always try to tell myself when I'm like pushing myself to do more. I'm like, well, maybe I can find a balance where I feel there's like a pride in what I do, but I'm not like overdoing it, where I'm giving myself way more work that eventually stresses me out and makes me not want to return to this project because I'm just dreading it. And so it's like always navigating that balance of being really excited about all this work, and then when you're midway through it, you kind of lose steam and you just want it to be over with.
I don't know any kidlit person that I've met so far that has mastered that.
Yeah.
Where it's like by the end of the project, they're like, yeah, I'm as excited as I was at the beginning. It is always sort of setting yourself up for this sort of downhill slope. So tonight, what are we using for materials? What are we drawing with?
Just like pencils, graphic, like a charcoal stick, and my Tombow graphite pencils that I love. I'm like not like a brand, I'm not like sponsored by like Tombow, but these are the only pencils I use. They're the #1 pencil in the world. No, I'm just kidding. these are my favorite pencils after just using so many other graphite pencils.
Yep.
And now I only use these. And like, there's like another brand, which I won't say the name of, that has like the same like coloring where it's like black pencil and like white wraparound. So sometimes I grab the other brand
Oh,
pencil because it looks the same, and I immediately know because of
like
the
feel.
lead quality. Yeah, the
Yeah.
feel of it. This one is just way smoother, and I don't even know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I
There's
just
certain
love it.
materials that we all like. There's a quality that we want,
Yeah.
and then there's other materials that are in our arsenal that I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's whatever's in front of
Yeah.
me. Like pencils are the one that I'm like, I don't really care. But there's
Yeah.
certain like it's certain viscosity to paint that I
Yeah.
want, and so I'm like, I'm gonna spend more on this one thing,
Yeah.
and the rest of it's like, you just give me junk and I'll be okay. And so like,
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that love the Blackwing pencils. I don't know if that's
Yes.
the one that you're talking about. I don't remember if they have the white
Um,
at the top, but
I have like Blackwing pencils, and they're also
yeah,
very lovely.
yeah,
And
everybody
so
talks about how smooth they are, and
they're
I'm like,
very smooth.
okay,
They're like, it's very similar. I feel like, is like Blackwing, is it a Japanese brand? I don't know why. I just feel like
no clue.
Japanese pencils, they're just like very, very smooth.
Yeah,
And they've mastered lead technology.
I end up buying woodless graphite pencils,
I have some of
and,
those.
and mainly because most of the pencil that I use, the most of the graphite I use is for graphite transfers,
Hmm.
and so it's just just for ease of process, like
Yeah.
just buy one of these. What about the surface? What are we drawing on for the surface?
Well, um, I where I was like, how do I say this delicately? Um, I am just using sketch drawing paper that I've like taped together. My first two books, it was on like nice fancy
Yeah,
paper. And then I was like sketching a lot, and then my sketchbook, that's just like a like I don't know even know what brand. It's like whatever, you know, artist and craftsman brand.
yep,
And it was really nice. The surface texture was really nice. I usually draw on like Bristol board, like either like a vellum surface, um, but just this like standard drawing paper has been really nice. And so I've like when I'm doing spreads, I just like tape two pieces of paper together, and it kind of helps me realize where the gutter
yeah,
is. And so when I'm drawing, I'm like, oh, this is like way more helpful because, you know, knowing that the gutter is here, it like allows me to like extend like a character's arm, knowing that it'll go
yeah,
in the gutter, you
yeah.
know? So it's like all these like helpful tools, but it's just like the
What,
crappiest paper.
what does this like my first? I get into these technical questions. We're gonna get to
Yeah,
drawing in a second, folks. But I'm like invested in this.
yeah, go on.
So when you tape them together, do you actually Photoshop out the seam?
Yeah,
Or okay, because I was gonna say if that's hidden down in the
yeah.
gutter and it's like a tight enough seam, no one would even notice. But it's a question of
No,
like the
yeah.
again that
I just
pride, like I can't have
yeah.
that there,
I
and
just
so we
like
get rid.
Photoshop it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's I usually sketch, and then I do like I work my sketch out and make like a final composition drawing on like vellum paper or like some kind of like tracing paper,
yeah,
and then I like transfer that onto like a bigger sheet of paper and then actually do final art there. But
there you go.
everything is graphite pencil on paper, and then I scan it and I do all the coloring
Yeah,
digitally. Yeah.
okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
The way that you like when you started to talk surface, it was like you had a secret that you didn't want to share with the world. Like
Yeah.
I draw on old CVS receipts
I
or
know.
something. That's,
I know. It's because like the part of me is like, oh, I wish I like when I first started making picture books, I was like, I'm gonna go out and buy illustration board because
yeah,
I'm an illustrator now and go buy illustration board. And then but it's also I've been making art for so long, I know myself. Like the fancier the materials are, the more precious I feel. Like
hmm,
illustration board is way more expensive than really crappy drawing like a sketchbook.
yeah,
And so you feel like this sense of um, nervousness when you know the materials are so much nicer. And so, but the fact that this is like a giant sketchbook, and I'm just like ripping paper out and like taping it together, is more makes it easier.
Freeing.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if I mess up, I'll just be like, oh, I'll just chuck this and I'll start over. Versus like if I messed up on nicer paper, I feel like I would it would be like a hill that I die on because I would like try to make it work because I don't want to have wasted this like beautiful surface, you
I
know?
buy, I
And
buy a
so,
super cheap illustration board for that purpose. Like I need because of the way that I work, I need something to
yeah,
scale a 30-year surface. But there's all these people like, oh, you got to buy, uh, Bainbridge 220 or like, like different thicknesses and whatnot. I'm like, no,
yeah,
I just buy it online and I buy 10. I think it's like 10 sheets for. They're about a no, not it's not even 10 sheets. It's more than that. It's like 25 sheets for
yeah,
$100.
yeah,
And so like, yeah, it's a little pricey, but at the same time, it's not as pricey as the high end
yeah,
illustration board. But I do throw away a bit in the process.
yeah.
So it
The,
does hurt a little to
right?
know that
It
it.
like hurts your heart a little bit when you're like, oh man.
Um,
Especially, yeah, anyways.
I was gonna say, so why don't we switch to our downshoots and just start talking and making? And
Okay.
the rule of thumb is if you need to leave at any point, don't hesitate. I won't be offended.
Okay.
I know that I want to be mindful of your time and
Wonderful. Thank you.
your little one if you have to run or anything of the
Yeah.
sort. And then as well, the conversation wherever it goes, it goes. If we go on to a topic that you want to switch, feel free.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't have to be all art. It can be life. It can be all sorts of things. So
Sounds
we'll leave
good.
it at that. Okay.
All right.
So I'm going to switch camera and we'll get going.
Cool.
So give me 1 second to set this up and then I will ask away.
Set
So
mine up as well.
yeah, I saw you have a little mount that's above too, and I think you moved the camera back for 1 second or something. And I
Yeah.
saw the little same mount basically that I
Yeah.
have. So tell me, because obviously you've been around with your husband, you've been around the book world for a while, but the idea of having your own books come out and the reception to them and the reaction and the sort of the interaction with kids and whatnot. Is it how do I put this? Obviously, it's exciting and it's fun, but I also know that it's kind of nerve-wracking
Mm-hmm.
when that first book comes out, or the challenge of sort of all of a sudden your work is out there in the world in a different capacity than what you had
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
I'm wondering sort of what was your take on that? Was there a thing that challenged you or sort of caught you off guard?
Well, prior to picture books, I was working in advertising, in film and TV. So that
Okay.
world was very it was very, cutthroat, like Hollywood, like
Yeah.
film people. And so when I met my husband, he's in the picture book world, and I started meeting so many picture book people, and the whole, children's publishing world is filled with like gentle, kind people, which is very jarring when you come from
Yes.
like
Okay.
the fine art world or like an advertising world. And so when I embarked on my own books, I think there was a comfort in knowing that the world that I wanted to enter into were filled with people who were very, very nice and very, very kind. Um, but because my husband had been doing this for so long, there was this pressure to not like to take it seriously,
Okay.
because I was coming from another field and entering picture books and having known a lot of picture book makers through my husband. There's so much respect for the craft and the artistry, and so I didn't want to just be like, oh, my pandemic hobby was I like wrote a few picture books and I'm gonna publish this because I am married to somebody who's who's like a published author illustrator. And so I was very conscious of afraid of that perception.
Yeah.
And so I spent a lot of time like really playing around with the craft. Like I made 4 dummies before I even considered looking for an agent. And so I just spent years
4 dummies
playing
of the
around.
same book or 4 dummies of different books?
4 dummies of different books.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so I had some ideas that I would pitch to my husband. Like during the pandemic, my work dried up because nobody was going to see film. And so I
Yeah.
had some downtime. And so he was working away on various books. And so I'd be like, hey, I have this great idea, like in the night kitchen, but like dim sum. He's like, I don't see it. And I'd be like, what? You don't see it? It's like perfect. Think about it. And he just never was really interested in any of the ideas that I pitched him, but he was very encouraging because he's like, you know how to draw, like you just need to know, like, about all the other parts of making a picture book. And so why don't you like go and experiment playing around with making dummies and see if you enjoy it, if you like it, if you want to go, if this is something you want to play around with or actually pursue professionally. And so
Do you have
that's what
is
I
your
did.
family artists? Uh, your larger family and your historical family, are they? Is there art
Um,
or is it?
I feel like they are art appreciators.
Okay.
My grandparents on my uh mom's side, they were all hobbyists in that they really had an appreciation for Chinese, traditional Chinese art. So my grandmother, um, she would go around, on her downtime, she would paint like traditional Chinese landscapes and like flowers and birds and stuff just as a hobby. And my mom also appreciated art. I remember growing up watching her like basically recreate a lot of Picasso paintings, like repaint them. And they were so good. I feel like she could have been a professional art forger. And so there was an appreciation for the arts. And my brother was into art. Um, I think my grandfather, there are stories that my grandfather on my dad's side wrote, was really passionate about writing kung fu novels, but he wasn't um, confident enough to share his stories, that he loved
Oh,
writing them, that he just wrote them himself, but he never shared them with people because he was afraid that nobody would think his writing was good. And so I feel like there is a creative bent in my family, but nobody was doing it professionally.
the,
And so I was the one going to art school, and everybody was worried about me.
the reason I ask in particular is just like the idea of obviously there's pressure on artists. Well, I'll state this too. There's a lot of folks that listen to this that and watch this that are sort of emerging artists or people that are hoping to break in or what have you.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of like fear and trepidation that comes with starting an art career. And the reason I ask is just sort of like when you mentioned that idea of sort of the pressure involved or the challenge that is sort of in your face when you're trying to break into an industry that potentially, you already know people in.
Yeah.
Uh, the idea of like family can sometimes come into play into that, and it's a how do you manage those expectations too, uh,
Yeah.
if especially if they have some sort of like interest in some sort of creative field. Some of them get it, and then you have those parents that don't get it, or the family that doesn't get it because they lead a very different life.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
did you know early on that art was the thing, or was that something that, I mean, obviously you went to art school, so that there is some level of realization at some point.
Yeah. I went to art school, and then I went and got my master's in art. I was like fully committed to wanting to be a fine artist. And so that was terrifying to my parents. And I feel like the compromise was that when I was in undergrad, I studied graphic design and illustration.
Yep.
And so with like, I just told like a little white lie. I'm like, oh, my goal is to become like a graphic designer and work in advertising. And, to like parents who, you know, hear like your kid wants to go into art, but then when they hear advertising and marketing, they're like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Go do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That sounds great.
But
Um,
secretly, you're sneaking into the painting studios
yeah,
and
secretly I'm like doing like drawing and painting. And then when I applied to grad school and I got into grad school, my dad, who was he's like a business guy, and he was like, grad school. Where are you going to grad school? I'm like, oh, I got into the MFA program at University of Pennsylvania. That's where Wharton is. Wharton, the business school. And
Yeah.
he's like, Wharton, the business school. I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to the art school down the street. But Wharton is like really close by. And he was like, wow, Wharton.
Yeah. You can go look at it.
Yeah. And so I remember when he came to visit me when I was like getting my MFA and we like walked over to Wharton. He was like, yeah. This is your like art building. Show me Wharton. I'm like, okay. He's just like, all right. Not
Is that,
impressed with like my,
yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, at that point, I assume they had seen your like the level and quality of work that you were making, that they knew it wasn't some sort of flash in the pan or a fluke of interest, that you really were invested. I
Yeah.
assume by the time you went to grad school, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I I think so. I feel like there's this level. I just I don't know. I feel like they were still very confused.
Yeah.
They're very confused because like contemporary art can be like very daunting because like when your parents think, "Oh, you're going to study like fine art," and then they go to see your MFA show, they're thinking they're expecting like these beautifully well rendered still life paintings, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And then when they go to your MFA show and it's like videos of like naked people writhing and like
Yeah. There's
eating gummy
performance
bears.
art.
Yeah,
There's
performance
yeah.
art, like eating gummy bears, like writhing in like a kiddie pool filled with like jello. And they're like, what, what, what are you
Wait,
doing? I'm like, I'm going to do this professionally, mom.
is that what you did for your
No, 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 no,
show?
no, 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 no.
I'm like, that is a little
Yeah.
suspicious. I don't think they're that far off.
No, I feel like, well, when I was in getting my MFA, I still focused on like works on paper. So it was a lot
Yeah.
of drawing and some collage art, but mostly just drawing and yeah, using the same materials, just like charcoal, graphite, black and white on paper. And so this is like drawing is where I feel the most comfortable. I love painters. I love painting, but I also am very impatient. And so I like the directness of just like work on paper and like not needing to like clean brushes or like change your
Oh,
material too much. Um,
I'm a anti. Not other people can do it, but for myself, I'm very anti oil because the cleaning of brushes and like water soluble. Give me a little bit of soap and water, and I can clean it out. Then I'm
yeah,
good.
yeah,
But having to get out and burp, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do that.
yeah,
So the one of the questions I have, because the idea of going back to grad school, obviously that was pre you knowing where you were going to be today. Like there
right.
was a change that, of course, happens in that. Do you think that there are skills that you learned in grad school? Because a lot of people, grad school sometimes can be seen, and it was for me even, of I'm going back to grad school so I can teach.
Yeah.
But there are people who go to grad school for other interests and other, for just the challenge and the learning process. And I'm wondering, thinking now, looking back on it, not was it valuable? I know it's valuable, but more so, are there things that you go, oh, I'm really glad I learned that in grad school because it's affecting me today in this, in the world of kid lit, or in the world that you're sort of art making today?
Um, I think I went to grad school I was pretty young. Like I was in my early 20s and a lot of my classmates were late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
Um, and so I feel like grad school for me was really just like me trying to know myself. I knew that I wanted to be a creative, and in my mind, like a creative person is like an artist, but I didn't know what my options were. My undergrad was at the University of Georgia that has like a great art program, but it didn't have like a lot of like art school doesn't give you like real world applications, you
Yeah.
know? And so I think I was still searching for how to actually be make a career, make a living out of my creative endeavors. And so art school was just like thinking like, oh, I want to be an artist. What does that look like? And then when I got into art school and I started, you know, being art world adjacent, I realized that, oh, this might not be exactly the way, like the kind of lifestyle that I picture for myself,
Okay.
you know? Um, that's why I was in advertising and graphic design for a while, because I'm more of like a project based person. I kind of like parameters. I like having like a project and a deadline and all of these external factors that like help fuel my creativity. And I felt like the fine art world allowed a little bit too much creative freedom.
Okay. Okay.
And that was, some people flourish in it, but I feel like I really felt lost.
Some of us
And
need a client.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Need something to attend to, or like at our school, one of the things that we've talked about is sort of how to redefine our school. And at one point we were talking about there are artists that make work for themselves. There's artists that make work for another
yeah,
person. And then there's artists that make work for the community at large.
right.
We're sort of defining it that way. And I was trying to like think about myself. Like, I know that on paper, I don't generally make work for myself. And I
Right.
like, it's rare for me to sit down in a studio and just go, hey, I'm just going to paint today and see where it goes for me.
Yeah.
It's always like, okay, there's an intention. There's not necessarily there's always a client, but there's always a goal that I'm trying to achieve or accomplish. And uh, there's we used to have this guy that worked for us who I think did a painting for like 30 years.
Oh my,
And
yeah.
I'm like, the same painting, not multiple paintings of the same thing, but literally worked on the same painting for 30 years. And I just like, to me, I'm like, no, there's a deadline. There's something
Yeah.
that's going to stop me from
Yeah.
that. Um,
I'm with
is,
you.
is there the idea of the project, or the idea of having an interest in that, that factor, is it, and I will warn you, sometimes the questions I ask are going to go into this like therapy session.
Sure.
But is it something wherein like the control factor, or having some deadlines or things of that sort, is it something that dr- sort of drives you, or is it something that like threatens you in a way?
Huh.
You know, I
Like,
mean, like I was talking to seniors today in class about the idea of a competitive nature of
yeah.
I can do better.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, some people really love that,
Hmm.
or love the, someone looking over their shoulder going, you can do better. You're better than that. And some people
Yeah.
just absolutely hate that, but need the deadline just so they can stick to a schedule.
Right. Um, I think, I don't know. I definitely don't feel threatened by it. I think it kind of fuels me, because I like having like a goal to work towards, like reasonable goals to work towards, and I like
Yeah.
having other people involved that all like I like having other people involved with like the same purpose,
Okay.
which is to like
Yeah.
get this thing out into the world, you
Sort
know?
of the
When
collaborative side of it.
this collaborative side of it, you don't really have that in fine art, because it's basically like you have this image of the artist in the studio just making the work goes to the gallery, and the gallerist like sells it,
Yeah.
right, to like some art buyer. But then in publishing, I like the like I really love my editor Tara Walker at Tundra, and so when I'm working, I think about like maybe talking about therapy session, I like, is this like a mommy issue where it's like I just want her approval. I want to like present like, Tara, I finished the book. Pat me on the back. Are you
Yeah.
happy? Are you happy?
Please say
Um,
it's okay.
yeah,
Um,
I did a good job, right? Um, I think, um, but like I know she is invested in it, just like her notes and like people having lots of eyes to like help me make the book better. It's like we all have the same goal. It's like make the book
yeah.
as best as it can be. And so I feel like that is a a really great motivator for me, just to like have a deadline and know that I'm going to turn this in, not knowing that it's not finished. Like I turn it in, and then there's like a collaborative element where we like polish it and make it better
Yeah,
based on
yeah.
like this thing that I started. And so that is a lovely thing that I enjoy very much.
I mean, I like the collaborative nature, but I will say that I definitely, and so my agent knows this. I know she's heard this many a times from myself as well as other folks. But like,
Hello? Uh,
conversation is that my agent scares me a little,
uh-huh.
and I think it's, you know, when you mentioned that idea of like the mommy issue of like approval, there's always, I think, just internally my nature is to fear that I won't have approval in some way.
Yeah.
And it comes out in weird instances. Like whenever I talk to an art director, I still sweat bullets. Like it's one thing to like an email. I don't, that doesn't really get me, but like talking to someone on the phone or at a conference or things of that sort, like there is still this like little kid in me that comes out and needs their approval or needs to be not vilified, verified as uh, viable
Uh-huh.
as an illustrator.
Yeah.
Um, do you still like working with the art director and working with your editor and things of the sort? Is there a different relationship you think now than when you first started? Like obviously like you get to know each other, but I'm wondering like, is your perspective of that relationship, looking back on it, like do you feel like you've evolved as an artist, or like have a link or an understanding of who the other person is and how to work best with them?
I think I have I I have basically a 3-book contract with
Okay.
Tundra, and my first 2 books were basically not very different from the dummies that I submitted.
Yeah.
And so there wasn't a huge change. And so from like the perspective of the editor and the art director, there wasn't a lot to discuss,
Okay.
in terms of the art. And it was, so I feel like they mostly just left me alone to like actually make the final art based on a dummy that they approved, like bought and were happy with and just wanted me to go with it.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't as collaborative. Um,
As
but this book, the 3rd book that I'm working on, was also based on a dummy that I submitted years ago, but the book has changed dramatically. Like the art, the color palette has changed dramatically. And so I'm finding that this is more of a collaborative book where I am more unsure of myself.
yeah.
Whereas like the first 2 books, they were fully realized, and this book is less realized. The story has changed a lot, and so it's definitely required more back and forth about whether or not this is working. My first 2 books, the covers were basically the covers I submitted, you know, with my dummy. There was no notes, no change, but
Wow.
yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, I spent a lot of time like working on the dummy, so I like felt very confident in how it turned out. And so, but then with the 3rd book, it was, it's still not fully finalized yet. And so it's something that we're still working on, but it's um, I'm definitely leaning on them a bit more for their opinions
Yeah. Yeah. Makes
because,
sense.
yeah, because it's like the other 2 books I've spent a lot of time with, and I've spent a lot of time feeling confident about my decisions. But because this book has changed so much, it's harder for me to feel confident about decisions that I'm making because I have less time with it. And so I find myself leaning on them more, and I trust their taste and their opinion. So when they suggest something, I'm like, okay, yes, I'll do that.
It's I had a 2 book deal starting out, and I know that it gave me a lot of headache, because the first book I had written, the second book I hadn't, and it sounds
Uh-huh.
similar to this sort of setup of the once you get past that first book, there's the hurdle of you got to live up to
Uh-huh.
the initial release, or what's the expectation of, in your case, like the third book, is it going to be, the first two have been well received, what happens if you have a dud?
Yeah.
And there's all these other questions that get thrown into the mix that,
Oh
because
yeah.
it hasn't officially formed in the same way,
Yeah.
there's those
Well,
challenges.
I didn't even think about this third book being a
No,
dud until now.
sorry,
Thank you.
it's going to be amazing.
New fear has been unlocked.
Sorry, I knew once. Honestly, once I said that, I was like, "Oh, I
No,
stepped in it. I
it's
stepped in it
like
hard."
it's actually fine. I feel like I'm not once the book is out in the world, I just let go.
Yeah.
I don't feel particularly tied to like how well a book does. And if it does well, I'm very surprised. And if it doesn't do very well, I'm also not very surprised. um uh so
Do you?
yeah.
Is
I'm
there?
pretty zen about everything.
Because of your husband? Is there a, like, obviously there's a previous experience there that you can look at and go, okay, walk me through this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So he's been
Although,
like, yeah, super helpful. Like as soon as I got my an agent and my book was being like shopped around,
yeah.
he like primed me. He's like, "Listen, your first book deal is going to be terrible." Like he's been very good at lowering my expectations.
Okay.
And so he's just kind of like, my first book deal was awful. Like it was like peanuts, and so he's definitely prepared me for to be let down constantly. Uh,
What's a partner for? What's a
yeah,
partner?
yeah. So he's just kind of like, don't get your hopes up,
Yeah.
toots. I'm like, all right, yes,
But
sir.
honestly, that's good mentality,
Right.
because then any success that you have is a reward, and
Yes.
not well, it should have been better, or it should have been,
Yeah.
your expectations, that little shift to like, well, it's not going to be perfect, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Is
And
is
so
a
far, my career has exceeded like his expectations too, where he was like surprised, like pleasantly surprised. And so every time he like lowers my expectations, but somehow like it's turned out better, he's very thrilled. But I still really appreciate him preparing me for the worst. I think that that's just his personality type too, to be like fear the worst. And
Yep.
so it's very helpful.
Now you can throw it back in his face, though. You can be like, look at this review, and look at this,
Yeah.
look at these stars, or what
Yeah.
have you. Um,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Yeah, he's watching right now. Oh yes, he is watching. There we go. uh, the level of, to me, the idea of partners who are both in the art industry is one thing, but then on top of that, you're both in the same art industry is such a like, the dynamic there has got to be fascinating on all sorts of levels. Like, even just the equivalent of, I know this sounds stupid, but the idea of like just daily life, like having to go out and get groceries
Yeah.
and do those things that are just, everyday human things. Um, Having a one partner who uh, sort of lives the normal American life is one thing, but to have another partner who's also in this world where, like, there is no distinct schedule,
Yeah.
and you don't know when the next job's coming, and like all those things are must add such an interesting equation into it. Um, do you, with the books that you've made so
Yeah.
far, and the book that you're working on now, do you have time to sit down and work on the next project?
Um, I have like a project that like percolates in my brain
Okay.
that is just like something that every now and then I'm like, please don't leave. I'm gonna get to you once I have time to like breathe and like regroup.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely projects that I want to get to, and it's just like a matter of finding time to actually get to them. Um, I'm not like I really envy artists and illustrators who sketch a lot. I'm not a sketcher. I'm
Okay.
mostly like journal. And so if I have an idea, I kind of write it down and I don't like an image just lives in my head and I
Interesting. So
so yeah, and so
the sketchbook
like a
really is
story
like a
forms,
diary of sorts. Then it's not really like it's not a sketchbook. It's a word book.
it's kind of like a word
Yeah.
book where I'm just thinking like, oh, this like almost like an idea book where I was like, this is like an interesting idea.
Okay.
Like how like go from there. And so
Gotcha.
I just kind of like write down ideas and maybe if I have time I don't even sketch. I kind of like imagine what the title will be and what like the cover will look like. And so like my process starts that way. And so I spend a lot of time thinking of the titles of my next book without fully fleshing out what
The
the book
idea.
is about.
I
So yeah,
that's
it's like a vague idea, and then I come up with like a title. If the title's exciting to me, um, I'll, I'll like explore more.
that's a amazing sort of insight because I'm the same way. Where like, and I it's probably the wrong way to work.
Yeah,
Honestly, is to come up with a title and go, this title's really good. It's going to sell on the
yeah,
shelf, but you don't have the story to
yeah.
back it up.
That's how. That is the case with We Are Definitely Human. It was not a book that the title came first and the title was so funny that I was like I have to make this into a book, but what is
Yeah.
the book
What is it?
gonna yeah, what is the book gonna be? um I got the title inspiration because I was getting when I was living in Philly, I was getting my hair cut and the person cutting my hair was telling me about this elaborate conspiracy theory about lizard people living among
Mm,
us
mm,
and
yep.
how some of them have infiltrated the highest levels of government. And I was like, oh my, like,
What do you
what
mean
are you talking about?
conspiracy theory? That's fact.
Yeah. I was like, this is so
Yeah.
interesting. I was like, whoa, what? Tell me more.
Yeah.
And so I went home and I immediately told my husband and we just started like we are cooking dinner and we are just like laughing about this, just like imagining what kind of costumes that they would possibly these lizard people would wear and how like we're like assuming like certain like celebrities or people in the news. Oh yeah, they're clearly lizard people, but their costumes are terrible. It's so obvious that they're lizard people. And so I had this like gag where I just thought like, you don't even need a costume if you just have like a lot of confidence. It's like
Yep.
imagining this lizard person completely without a costume and just going up to you and just being like, "Hey, in case you're wondering, I am definitely human." But with such like a confident swagger that you would probably pause and be like, "You know what? They're so confident. Maybe they are human because that is so confident." And um so my husband and I were just being like, we are definitely human around the house when we were doing something. We like, you know, have like a brain fart or something and say something wrong. And then I'm like, oh, I am definitely human. And so that, and I was like, all right, I have to make a story. And so I worked backwards from there.
I
Um,
I
yeah.
have a student right now, this sophomore, that they have to do this semester long project, and his project is about, if he's watching, I doubt he's watching, but it's about Bigfoot and Mothman and some of the cryptozoology. And one of the things he's trying to do is set up this like believability element of that they're real. And
Uh-huh.
they're talking about how far you could go with it. And like, is it a joke? Is it a parody? Is it do you want people to like fully buy in? And I joked around about the idea of during crit that the final crit that he should have people dressed up in an alien costume and a Mothman costume and whatnot to come in and pretend they're students and just kind of like anytime someone says that it's a conspiracy theory, that they should be like, no, they're probably real,
Yeah.
and in costume and just play
Yeah.
into the whole thing, or go the opposite and say like, oh, that's totally fake. Those aren't real.
Yeah.
They're
They're
just
not
sitting there in a
real.
Bigfoot costume the
Yeah.
whole time.
They're like,
Um,
just hearsay.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not worth looking
Yeah.
into of any sort.
That'd
Um,
be funny.
the when you one of the things, like my wife is a artist, and she went to school for painting and for illustration, and we met doing animation. So we kind of have the same sort of, I wasn't the painter, but we have the same sort of upbringing in the arts.
Hmm.
And so when we sit down and we talk, or we spitball ideas, it's really good to play off each
Yeah.
other, because we sort of, one, we get each other because we're married, hopefully. And then the other side of it is like I trust her sense of story, and hopefully she trusts mine. She's listening right now upstairs, so. But I'm wondering, like, do you do the same thing that we do, where it's the middle of the night, you're laying down for bed, whatever it may be, and then all of a sudden you get some dumb idea, and you start exploring all those possibilities? Like you mentioned the idea of like we're definitely human, and as you're cooking dinner or things of the sort. But does it
Yeah.
happen at that like weird late night hour when you shouldn't be going into these silly ideas?
Um, Not for me, but definitely for my husband, because he'll just like be sleeping and then all of a sudden sit up, take out his phone, and like jot down
Okay.
ideas. And but he is kind enough to not bug me with it until like a more reasonable time.
You have a little one that like the
Yeah.
worst thing would be just like, hey, what we should do is talk for hours and
I
you
know, I'm
go to
like,
bed.
no,
It's a
don't
yeah.
even like, don't ask me for anything right now. Yeah.
It's bad timing.
Yeah.
It'd be really funny as your eyes are all bleary.
Yeah.
This book.
Yeah.
Um,
But we like
it's
talk about like ideas all the time, just kind of like um a dream book. Like I would love we have a lot of conversations where we'd be like, "Oh, I'd love to write a book that's kind of about this theme, you know?
yeah.
But what could that be?" And we just kind of like spitball ideas, but it doesn't really like go anywhere. Or we talk about maybe collaborating on a book, and he wants it to be like a special story, whereas like I just want like the goofiest thing possible. And he's
Do you,
like, this book should be like beautiful and like poetic. And I'm like, what about like farts? Like lots of farts. And he's like, why would we make that book together? I'm
why,
like, it'll be fun.
why would we stoop so low?
Yeah.
Um, the what was I gonna say? Do you ever fight over an idea of like you both come up with an
This
idea
is
and then all
mine.
of a sudden like, yeah, this is mine, you can't have it, or you should definitely do that one because you do a better job, or are there any conversations of that nature?
No.
Well, it's because you're coming up with fart stories and he doesn't want to.
Yeah. And he's more of a sophisticate. Um, I feel like he has we have different tastes in stories, but like we like the same things, but his stories, like he wants to gravitate more towards um like maybe the science fiction realm, or like stories that involve like beauty and nature. And I feel like I don't have a theme that I gravitate towards strongly yet. I'm
I
just kind of like coming up with like stories that interest me and like going wherever it goes. But I feel like I can't really see if there's like an overarching theme with my books. But I feel like Peter, my husband, definitely has like um his stories seem to have a theme. Um,
now the now I'm going to spitball an idea of what I see in your books, and this is me being the illustration
okay,
professor.
okay.
I feel like there's a family theme. Now I haven't seen the third, but I feel like there's like even the first one
The
is
third is
obviously sort of
about family.
yeah, but like we are definitely human. There is something about this like we are banded together as a group,
Hmm.
and the community at large. Like there's something that's about sort of group dynamics, and whether that's truly family or not.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a theme that I've seen. Now, obviously, there's probably other ideas, and you have ones that are like totally anti-family, and they talk about how awful it is to have a family. Um, but
Yeah.
but that is something that I sort of registered. I was trying to like peruse through the books again and look for like, oh, what are topics to chat about tonight? And that was one of those things that I was like, I saw this thread that was in there. I don't know. Again, it may not connect of any sort. You might, as I tell my students, you can just throw that out in the wind and say, I don't care about that. But
I think you might be onto something. I think there is like this thread of um like wanting to make connections,
mhm.
like whether it be family or like chosen family,
Yeah,
but
like
this like desire for a community of sorts.
and
Um, yeah,
in a
yeah,
silly manner too. Like, and we are definitely humans. It's more of a like even though dim sum has it, the dim sum palace has its moments of sort of silliness and whatnot. We are definitely humans. Is there's a like a wackiness to approach, but it still has that like fundamental theme that sort of lives there underneath it all.
yeah. I think so. I feel like one of my childhood friends messaged me when she bought the book, and she posted about it how it's kind of a book about Southern hospitality, and it didn't
Yep.
register to me until she mentioned it. I'm like, oh yeah, I grew up in the South, and this, you know, I feel like a lot of the reviews or people talking about it mention how there's like this like the book is like a radical kindness or something. But I feel like if you have grown up in the South,
Yeah.
that's just kind of how people are, or at least that's how I remember growing up in the South, just being like family of the immigrants, like immigrant family in this like southern town. Like people didn't fully understand us, but they didn't really care. They were so willing to help, even if there was a language barrier, but it was like the kindness wasn't conditional,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
It was just kind of like, oh, you need help, I can help you, so that's what I'm gonna do, and you don't have to like, I don't, I'm not asking for anything in return. And so that was very, uh, yeah, that was just like the childhood that I remember. I feel like contemporary politics kind of paints the South as a certain way, but the South that is in my memory from like growing up is very different with the way it's
Yeah.
portrayed a lot of
Yeah.
times.
I mean,
And
I grew up in
yeah,
the Midwest, and it has that same sort of like. I grew up in Minnesota, where people think like, oh yeah, everybody's super friendly, and of course there are outliers.
yeah,
There's a jerk in every region that
yeah,
that's something that shouldn't be said. Um,
yeah,
but that idea of like the well, yeah, we'll take you in and we'll help you out and whatnot. And not I should preface this by also or add to the conversation. It's not that other places in the country aren't nice, but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not the South and the Midwest are like these saints and everybody else is
I mean, I
evil.
spend a lot of
But
time in Philly, and so like I love Philly, but like I wouldn't say people in Philly are like exceptionally nice people. They're like wonderful people. They're hilarious and I love them to death, but they're just like a mind your own business
yeah,
and like
hey,
be kind to your neighbors, mind your own
we're
business
near
type people.
Boston. Boston
Yeah.
is the same.
Yeah.
Like there's an aggressiveness that comes with that type of city. I
Yeah.
mean, Philly is. Whenever I think of Philly, like I've been there many a times, but the thing that jumps out to me right away every single time is, you probably know this one too. But there was a hitchhiking robot. Do you know this
No.
story about Philly?
No.
This group made this hitchhiking robot that would sit on the side of the road and put its thumb up, and people were supposed to take it from
Oh
one
no.
location to the
Yeah.
next, and it had gone from like Canada and all these different locations, and then it went to Philly, and it
Oh
got torn
no.
apart and left on the side of the road. And
Oh
like
no.
it's all I can think about is just that idea of like, of all places, Philly's the one that tore it apart.
I know.
And I know that it traveled like all over Canada. My wife just said that she thought of the same thing, that hitchhiking robot. Um, and I know that Philly's more than that, but it's funny that's like the first thing that comes to my mind. That and Parking Wars, the
Yeah.
show Parking Wars that was set in
I
Philly.
feel like for a lot of people, it's like the Philly sports fans.
Mm,
They like kind of play a big role in like how the city is perceived. And yeah, I remember when I went to grad school, the year I started grad school was the year the Phillies won the World Series, And so me and a few of my grad school buddies were like, "Oh, everybody's headed downtown." I was like, What are they doing downtown? I'm gonna go and see. Like, we're all just gonna like cheer on the street and like hug and like celebrate." But I went, and it's like the city won the World Series, and everybody was
Yeah,
trashing the city. They were like
burning
throwing,
cars
yeah,
and
yeah, like tossing trash like on the streets, like pushing over dumpsters, like flipping over cars. They're like destroying the city. I'm like, you think that they just lost the World
yep,
Series?
yep.
But it was immediately after I went downtown, I was like, oh, this isn't fun. I'm gonna leave now. I feel a little terrifying. But
It's that's I think those are the big sports cities. Just like Boston's the same thing, New York's the same thing. Like there's this. Uh, if we win, we're going to
ruin our
over the
city.
city. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's our city for the night
Yeah.
kind of situation. I know. I remember when the Red Sox won some, like when they first won the World Series after being in such a drought for years and years. It was that same thing of like you saw on TV, and I just knew it was coming at some point. There was going to be some like, police crackdown because of what was going on.
Yeah.
Um, the
Yeah, like before like big games like the Super Bowl or the World Series, I remember like Philly, the city would like grease all the like the light
Yep,
poles just
yep,
so people wouldn't climb. But then like the thing is they don't realize that every year in the Italian market in Philly, they have a contest where people climb a greased
yep.
pole.
They're all
So when you
practicing.
grease like a pole trying to deter people from climbing, it's actually like challenge accepted. So everyone's like, "Oh, so you want me to climb that pole? All right."
I see that Peter wrote, I love Philly teams. I hate Philly fans. I was gonna say, now that you're up in Maine, you're not near the big like hubs where the closest sports team to you is probably some like minor, minor league,
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, uh, is there the outlet? Because I mean, I know where you are sort of in Maine, but I know there's also like it's a quiet
Yes.
area, and you said you'd moved up there to like get away from the like hustle and bustle of the city.
Yeah.
Are there things that you miss about, like, obviously something like New York,
Yeah.
you have connection to publishers and you have connection to all these different like uh, venues and networking and whatnot. Do you
Yeah.
feel like being up there is actually, what does it give you as an artist? What do you lose as an artist by being away from it? And I ask this specifically because I have students all the time that are talking about like where to move, and now because so much is online,
Yeah.
you know do you need to be in that same location?
Yeah. I feel like I really love being out in nature. Like our house is kind of in this like quiet part of Midcoast Maine. We're on this like long unpaved road that leads to our house. It's just very quiet and very peaceful. It's sandwiched between like two rivers. So it's just very picturesque, and I feel like there is this sense of your mind can wander, you know?
Okay.
You can like there's like space to explore ideas and just like quiet contemplation. Whereas like in New York, there's just like so much stimulation. And in the cities, there's just so much stimulation, so much to do that just it's not as easy to get bored. But then sometimes when you're bored is when there's like some wonderful alchemy that happens and you come up with ideas as a way to, you
Yeah,
know,
to
um,
break it, to break
yeah,
that
break
boredom.
up
Yeah.
the boredom. Right. And so I do, but one of the things that we probably miss from city life is just the availability of delivery, food delivery, and like ethnic food, like Asian food.
Yeah.
I miss Asian food. There's not a lot of that. There's like a restaurant near us called like Best Thai, and it's like whenever I drive by it, I like shake my head. I'm like, it's not the best.
I get it. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm a fan of like uh Mexican and Tex-Mex
yeah,
things of the sort. And I remember uh sort of my parents lived in Texas for a little bit, and I would go down there during the summers. And when I was in school, I was in Providence,
yeah,
and I remember there was like a Mexican restaurant that I went to one time, and I was like, you know, coming from a true like Mexican restaurant in Texas, or a true Tex-Mex, like, they make the tortillas there and show
Yeah.
you and whatnot. It just wasn't the same. It was okay. It was okay.
Yeah.
It was passable because that's what I had in front of me. But I remember that there was even here in New Hampshire where we are, it's there's not as much variety as what you get downtown,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
That's
Okay,
okay. Yeah.
um, but
We've
I mean,
become really good cooks, and so that's like, you know, that's nice.
I mean, you get other things like the seafood. I bet you is in the like if you're I don't eat seafood, but I imagine if you do, that like the lobster there is probably some of the best in the world just because it's so fresh.
Yes.
But
We like our little town is like known for its oysters. And so there's a lot of like really delicious oysters that, we're very pleased with. We're generally very happy with our decision to move, but there's also, we were just in like New York, and there are certain like conveniences, like just like running to the Dwayne Reed to like pick up something really quickly and not having to jump in a car.
what's
But
what's that
at the same time,
Dwayne Reed?
oh,
Is that
Dwayne
like a
Reed is
CVS?
like, yeah, it's like a
Okay,
CVS,
okay,
Walgreens,
gotcha.
and so, but at the same time, you know, I was there with my son who's 9 months, and we were just like navigating like the city, and it felt like it was almost like a stereotype of being in New York City. We would go outside and somebody would be jackhammering, and there'll be traffic, and like taxis would be honking at each other. Like, it's like somebody called action,
Yeah,
be New
he's
York.
coming
And
out
it
of the
was like
sewer.
so,
Yeah,
yeah, so New York. People were like yelling, and like it was just so, it was very extra. And and I just remember thinking like, oh, I hope my son is okay breathing in all this smog. I'm like walking and realizing I'm like, he's like right at the level where like car exhaust is like in his face. I'm like, oh, like in the stroller. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I hope that's okay. He'll probably
It's
just strengthen his
yeah.
lungs a little
Yeah,
bit.
I was about to say the same thing. Like he's gonna have the best lung capacity because he has to fight through it all to
Yeah.
survive.
Yeah.
Um, do you feel like on the side of connections? I mean, obviously, like there's an artist community in the area, and there's people that make a variety of careers out of art in that sort of like coastal region.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, are there like the networking side of being in New York, I imagine, or in the big hubs, it's a very different feel.
Yeah.
Um, do you feel like you get enough from the online and the resources that have sort of grown out of the pandemic to help
Um,
sort of manage that?
yeah, I think so. I don't think I need to be in New York. I feel like the reason to be in New York is less so about networking and more just about like personal growth and figuring out like what you like and what you don't like, because you are exposed to so much like visuals.
Yeah,
Like there's so many people doing really interesting things. So you really go to New York to almost, it's like field research, trying to figure out like what your style is and like what um how you want to make the work that you want to make, and what is the most sustainable way of making work for you that you'd be happy with. And so I felt like New York and like cities are really great at that, because just the cultural institutions alone expose you to so much different ways of working and thinking. And so, but then like once you figure out like what it is that you are most happy doing, or a way of working that best suits you, I think you don't really need to be in a city
yeah,
to like start a career, at least not anymore. Um, but you know, you like all these, yeah, everything is online. And so, and I also think there is uh, something to be said about um, uh,
yeah.
affordability. Like when I was in New York, I was the least productive when I was living in New York. Like the 8 to 9 years I was living in New York, it was very, very hard for me to be productive because I just had to survive living in New
Yeah.
York. And so
Yeah.
I was just constantly working on like creative things, like working in advertising, but it wasn't like the stuff that I wanted to be doing. I just wanted to work on my own projects, but it was hard to do that when, you had your rent was so high and you wanted to like go to do cool things in the city. And
Well, yeah,
so
you're
that
you're
suffers.
you don't have the moment to be reflective
Right.
of sort of like, who am I? Why am I doing this? Because you're in production mode, or you're in,
You're in
you're
production mode. Yeah. And it's also in New York, like there's so many people who are doing amazing things and they're very successful. And so I feel like it's so easy to compare yourself when you're living in a big city and you're thinking like, oh, I remember when I was living in New York through my uh 20s, like I felt like when I was there, people were really into these like 30 under 30 lists, you know?
Mhm.
And so when you are a creative person, you see these lists, it's like 30 of the best artists under 30, 35 of the best artists under 35. And it's like 27 artists under 27. You're like, what? And you're like, I'm 27 and I'm like not anywhere close to being that. And so
Yeah.
there,
They don't make a 180th person under 180
yeah,
that you can be on. Yeah.
yeah.
They keep choosing these numbers that don't quite reach up high enough.
I know. And so I feel like when you are in a big city, it's harder to make work, but you also have to be resilient enough to contend with all of these external factors that might influence your self-esteem, you know?
So do you think that now that you've moved out to the rich country
Yeah.
of Maine, do you feel like there's going to be I mean, obviously there's going to be an impact of some sort, but I'm wondering, do you feel like there's going to be a dramatic impact in the type of work, or the, like, how much is that going to invade your production and your storytelling and your, uh, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, down the line?
Yeah. I'm hoping that just like being out in the country will make I know being out in the country and also being like a new parent,
Yeah.
um, I'm hoping there'll be less of a desire to be in like constant work mode all the
Okay.
time. You know,
Yep.
I would love to just have, um, right now I'm thinking I have like a few books that I'm gonna illustrate, so I'll have like work for the next few years, which I'm very grateful for. But now I'm like thinking like, well, the next projects I want to do, I really should make sure that these books should be out in the world rather than just like me wanting to still have my name,
Yeah.
like publish books with my name. And so I feel like being in a place like Maine where you have like the space to breathe and there isn't this like push for um to like have this new thing to like, you know, make your name be a brand.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
there's more freedom to just think, reevaluate why you're doing what you're doing. Like the next books I want to do, I do want to think long and hard about whether or not these books need to exist in the world. And if they don't need to exist in the world, like why would I devote X amount of
Hours of,
time,
yeah.
and yeah, hours of my life to bring the story into the world when I don't think it needs to be in the world. And so I think it's just like valuing my time and valuing like the readers. There are so many books being published and you know, and there are always new illustrators coming, bookmakers emerging. And so if like I make one less book, maybe more people will see like another illustrator's work. And
That's
so it's just like me thinking about stuff like that, just like not wanting to be greedy about how much space I take up in this attention, like this limited attention that we all have. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I just it's one of those things where like uh I get the sentiment, but I also there's part of me that goes like it's okay to want, like, and or it's okay to be greedy up to a point.
Yeah.
And then like that it's a question of like what is that line that comes into play there? Like I was talking to students today and I've asked people on here many a times before, like what equals success? And success to some people means like, well, I got money in the bank.
Yeah.
Other people, it's like for me, success is not necessarily a financial like marker. I mean, obviously that would be wonderful,
Hmm.
but that's different than saying um, that success is like in my case, I like to think of it as security. Like
Hmm.
as long as I have a safety net from the work that I'm making or the stuff that I do, then I'm successful. I don't need the fanciest car. I don't
Yeah.
need. I said that today to the students. In fact, and when I said it, I was like, I don't need a. I forget what kind of
A
car I chose, but I chose a
Tesla
car that was.
Cybertruck?
No, actually, that came up. That did come up right after I said it, but it was more like I chose this like mediocre car
Yeah.
as like I didn't say like I don't need a Lamborghini. I didn't say that. I was like I don't need a sedan
Yeah.
or whatever. It was like some like pretty typical like American
Yeah.
car. And all of a sudden it's like that said right there. Like I don't need to be the healthiest, wealthiest person uh, to somehow have happiness.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's a hard thing to say when you're starting out. Like I imagine when you were starting out that there was probably a different scope on what was important as an artist and
Yeah.
what
I
you.
wanted to be like 30 under 30.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, like the entire time I was in New York, I was like, oh, I'm 25 now. Maybe I want to be like 25 under
Oh,
25. Like maybe by the time I'm 30, I'll be like on a 30 under 30 list. Just
yeah.
like you measure yourself by these like external factors, but and it didn't make sense for me to like have a desire for these like dumb lists because I didn't really know what my art was. I was still figuring it out, but I think I was just attracted to um, the attention and the relative ease it seemed that other people had in like their careers. And I think it was just more just like envy.
It was like an artificial deadline that you were putting
Yeah.
on it for in a I don't want to say like a bad reason because I don't think it's necessarily bad to have a goal like that,
Ambition.
but it was
Yeah.
yeah it was you were putting something that was artificial and didn't need to be in that place that was somehow a qualifier on
Yeah.
your success. Um, is there today like thinking and this is me loving the idea of kids. Like once I had a kid and once I got into kidlit, my perception I wasn't around a lot of little kids when I was young. And
Yeah.
so like now like everything my perception of like success sometimes is just like raising a family and like getting to a point where my son has the safety net. Like the safety net probably is not as much for me as it is for him now. That
Yeah.
very quickly shifted when we had him, and I'm wondering with sort of the uh, now that you have a son or
Hmm.
a kid just in general,
Yeah.
do you think that your perception of success changed because of that, or is it independent of that in a way?
Um, I was joking with somebody um that I was like, I just want to make enough money so I can send my son to the best clown college in America.
Well, that's Ringling. That's down in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a real place
Um,
for that. Yep.
yeah.
You know the
Um,
cost.
do you know the cost? Have you looked this
The
up? I'm like very curious now.
there is. I mean, there's the clown school. It's the Ringling Circus Clown School. It's down in Florida.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what the cost is, but there is a distinct school, so they must have some sort of documentation that says this is how much it
Yeah.
costs. If anybody's listening and wants to throw out that number of the
Yeah.
tuition, it gives you a goal. It
Yeah.
gives you a goal.
Clown
I
college.
like
Um,
you've already defined the career for him before
yeah.
he's up and speaking.
Calvin the Clown. I feel like my husband and we talk about this a lot where um I feel like we define success by just um having um being able to make a living off of our own creative endeavors
Yeah.
is such, like, not a lot of people can say that, you
Yep.
know? And so
Yep.
it's not about um, the amount of money, but just having enough to where you can say, like, I make a living off of just like drawing pictures and
Hmm.
like writing stories. And that's like such a beautiful and magical thing. And I'm so grateful to have that. And so I think and I think it's important for our son to see like people who are very grateful to be able to like work really hard and make a living doing something that they love and they work really hard. Like I want Calvin to see his parents working really hard because they really love what they do and are grateful for the opportunity to work really, really hard on something
Yeah.
that they're passionate about. And so I think um, success with or without a kid was never measured, well, shouldn't really be measured by like actual number. I mean, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
You know, when like the bills come in, you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Um, but I feel like in an ideal scenario, just like being able to pay bills and buy groceries with money that I earned making
Hmm.
books is so, it's like such a privilege. And I'm very,
It's
very, very
it's
grateful.
a huge, like, the thing that I look at is, and I don't know if it's the same thing for you, but like I don't know if I could survive in a desk job. I don't know if I could survive doing like manual labor. I and it's not that I'm sure I could if given, the if that was the thing that was for me.
Hmm.
But I'm very grateful for the fact that I'm given this opportunity to sort of like uh, be creative
Hmm.
with what I do. Um, and at the same time, it's still hard work, and I don't disparage the idea that like art is somehow, uh, you know, it is a semi. I'm trying to be careful with my wording here. Not necessarily frivolous, but there's a lot of leeway
Yeah.
that's given to artists in their career, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that like not everybody gets to make that decision. Not everybody gets
Yeah.
to sit back and draw silly things for the day.
Yeah.
But I also know that like there is an art, there is a science to it. There
Hmm.
is a challenge that comes into play that it's not as simple as just uh, you know. And then this is that going back to that sort of fine art thing. And I know fine art there is a challenge to it as well, but just that idea of like we have a client that we have to attend to, and there is there's things called marketing team that we have to answer to in some way for sales, um, and yet it's still, even on top of all of that, is still absolutely fun because of that, like the wackiness that is almost expected of this industry.
Yeah.
um, do you find, 'cause this is sort of going into this like um, morals and ethical side of sort of art making. Do you find that you question the value of what you make? And what I mean by that, like, I like to make silly books, and I
Yeah.
get that. That's, there is a place for those books, but I also, there's part of me that goes like, how many silly books do we need? Do I need to put a moral into my book? Can
Hmm.
it be just frivolous, and like, is that enough? I remember like there was a conversation that happened at one point about like adults trying to put, or they weren't telling stories for kids. And there was I forget what the article, what periodical it was in, but it was talking about that. Like, um, sometimes we just want to make books that are for kids and not for the adults who feel like they're writing for kids or
Yeah,
reading for kids.
yeah.
And I'm wondering, there is this debate in my head still to this day after reading that of like, what is my place? What is my value? What do I bring to the table? All those kind of like ethical debates. Do you go through that kind of stuff on a regular?
Um, I do. I mean, I definitely know. I don't think I can fully articulate. It's not something that I think about too much,
Yeah.
but it's definitely something that is on my mind. And I don't think I've spent too much time thinking about it to be able to articulate the feelings that I have. But I definitely have like seen a lot of books at the bookstore, like in the picture book section of the bookstore, and just think like, who is this for? Like,
Yeah.
would how would a kid feel when they receive this book? This is clearly for like, I don't know. I definitely think like this is a little too on the nose, or maybe there needs to be more fun for kids.
Well,
I feel like if you look at the scope of the books that have come out any given year, I think, you know, there needs to be more fun books like for kids. I feel like there's a lot of educational books, books that deal with like heavy topics, and those are all very necessary. But at the same time, I feel like we can't forget that kids just want to, like, there's nothing more lovely as a new parent than hearing like like kids giggle, like my son giggle. I think I like threw out my back a little bit today, just like doing like weird like prop comedy for my
yeah.
son just to hear him laugh.
Yep.
And so there is this desire just to like make kids laugh, because like we just want them to, you know, they will get to all the serious stuff soon enough. So they have this limited window where they can be frivolous and just like laugh at like silly things. And why not just like let them enjoy that? So there is this feeling that, you know, I don't want my books to be too serious. I want there to be like humor in it, even if it's like touching on subjects that people should take seriously. I think, I know.
I mean,
Ultimately, I want all of my books to be a little funny, just so kids can laugh.
you just made me think about, and I never even really thought about this aspect, but the idea of the the kid that's reading the book and the like point they are in their life versus what they're going to hear and what they see
Yeah.
on a regular basis. And well, like one of the things that happens in the teaching world that I'm in is, and I don't know how if you guys are into this at all. My son just got into it, but D&D
Uh-huh.
is a like somehow has sprung up in the art world as like a lot of kids, and I say kids, a lot of students, college
Uh-huh.
age students are playing D&D or are interested in these things that are what my theory is that there's an escapism that comes
Mm-hmm.
with it of you get to be somebody else for a period of time
Yeah.
and step away from what you're in. And I look at it and go, well, it's the generation that is inundated on a daily basis with some pretty challenging topics and stuff that I don't know as I was aware of or noticed on a regular basis when I was their
Oh,
age. And
no, not at all. Like when I see like young kids who are activists, I'm like, oh, when I was their age, I was like not in tune at all with what was
yeah,
going on in the world, and just like blissfully like playing in mud.
yep,
And I feel like, you know, there's a sadness that kids growing up now might not have the luxury of just being ignoring the real world for the time being and just like focus on being
a
kid
kid. Yeah,
a kid. Yeah.
and that goes back to that idea of like when you said that, I was thinking like, oh yeah, I didn't even think about just the idea of like the book also is the escape.
Hmm.
It's you're having a tough day, whatever it may be, and then you sit down, especially when you get to like the preteen age or you get to the teenager age, that sometimes that's going to be their method of breaking from reality for however long that lasts.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's, to me, that's a really interesting sort of like approach to start thinking about bookmaking, or to thinking about my place in it, of like, rather than being a how do I entertain on a purely like fundamental story level, but also how do I entertain in a way that allows the little kid to not have to worry about like uh, what mom and dad are talking about with politics in the
Yeah.
other room, or
Yeah.
all those tough topics or what have you. Um, this got really like serious and like emotional and like, okay, let's go back to farts.
Yeah.
Um,
Fart
potty
jokes.
humor. No, with one of the things that I love about the We Are Definitely Humans, and I've been trying to like delve into this a little bit more with guests that I have on, is there's a real sense of like comedic timing
Uh-huh.
in the pagination that's in that, and the beats that you hit and when you hit them, and the like, in a way, the sparseness that happens at times. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering, like, how do you manage that? Because that is a very learned skill. I don't feel like there's a lot of people that know it immediately, like, okay, I got to have one more page that shows this for the payoff to come down the line.
Yeah.
Or, like, how do I make this reveal hit in such a hard way that was there something that you like worked on, trained in? Do you study storytelling?
No.
Where does that come from?
I watch I'm a big fan of like comedy and comedians. I watch a lot of like shows about like uh during my time in New York when I was unemployed, I somehow like managed to find money to take an improv class just because I enjoyed
Okay.
being around like funny people and comedians. And so there's always this desire, uh like seeking out like comedies. And so I feel like when you enjoy comedies as much as I do, you kind of learn like pacing. Like there's so much comedy in just like the pauses and
Yeah.
like the
Yep.
stares. And so that's like something that is just learned from um, decades of being exposed to like brilliant, the masters. Like it's like very Mel Brooksy, you know? Just like watching his movies, you learn about like timing and like where to like hit the beats and stuff. And so I feel like when I'm making a book and I'm thinking about timing, I guess in my mind I'm imagining it as like I'm like storyboarding
Okay.
for a movie. And so like in my mind it's like, oh, this is actually like an animated movie that's happening, but how do I convey like these like funny like sequential things giving limited pages, you know? So what is like the what are the necessary sketches, drawings needed for this one joke to hit? And so I approach it that way. But yeah, it's really just from like my love of comedies.
So
Um,
who's the comedians, or who's the improv and whatnot that you partake in? I'm my wife and I are big into improv comedians.
oh yeah.
So
I love um just like I'm I've always been like a big fan of Tina Fey and Amy Poehler.
okay.
And so like the Upright Citizens Brigade was always like really funny, and like Kids in the Hall stuff was always really funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah,
What's
just like so many like Mr. Show. I feel like is also just all these like reference points. I just consumed a lot of it, and I don't necessarily think I subscribe to like a specific school
yeah.
of comedy. I just like it all. And so, whenever there's like a new stand up on Netflix, my husband and I we like watch all of it because
What's
we just want to
oh,
laugh.
what's the guy's name? I'm trying to think of his name, that I really love his like delivery. and the beats. He's Asian. I keep getting Phil Wang, who's a British comedian.
Shin Wang?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
We're gonna go see him when he comes to Portland
Oh,
in mid-October. So in a few weeks. I'm very
like
excited.
the sort of, I don't even know. I don't want to call it dryness because he's not necessarily
Yeah.
dry, but like a tonality to his voice
Yeah, it's
that
very
makes
like
it that much
Mitch
funnier.
Hedbergy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
In that same
love it.
ballpark.
And it's like very sweet. Like the
Yes.
comedy is
Yeah.
like very family friendly, which I appreciate because a lot of comedy could be, making certain people like the butt of jokes or a little mean or crass, but his comedy is just so like friendly. I love it.
Um, I know tonight, like just a couple towns north of us, Brian Regan is playing, and my wife was saying like, oh, she wished she could go to that one. Um, and he's one of those people, yeah, that's like his delivery and his comedy is not like meant to shock, but he just has like it's the understanding the beats and the humor that go into it. I was
Yeah.
going to ask because you said Kids in the Hall. What's your favorite Kids in the Hall sketch?
Oh my
It's
oh
a
my
tough one to
God.
ask. There's so many good. I mean, is it that salted ham? Is it the Mr. Stevenson?
I
Is
don't
it
know. I'm like blanking right now. I was like talking to my editor about this because that's like I vaguely remember this being a Kids in the Hall skit, but she doesn't recall it. But like maybe it was like another stand-up group. It was like the Little Donnie Foundation.
oh that was
Is that a kid? Is
yeah
that not Kids in the Hall?
the kid who had the extra big thing?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was Upright Citizens
Ah,
Brigade.
okay. Okay, I'm
That was
getting them
Matt
mixed up.
Besser and
Yeah.
Matt Walsh and that group. Yes, I again one of those things that like um, that in the world of kidlit that we're not sitting people like, oh, it must be all cute puppies and things, and
No.
instead it's like the stuff we're laughing at are these like iffy jokes that
Yeah.
like, oh, I don't know if this is something that little kids should ever see
Yeah.
um, of some sort, but
Or like these like Don Hertzfeld animations
mm-hmm.
from like back in the day. Those are like hilarious. The comedic timing, just like the misdirection is very hilarious. Or like not having the images like sync up with what's actually happening.
Have
It's
you
all
watched,
comic gold.
there's a movie out there that's this weird little independent movie, and I don't know if you've seen it, called 100 Beavers.
Uh-uh.
It's this weird, if you like sort of comedy and a little bit of slapstick, and it is the equivalent. I remember when I saw the review for it, it said something along the lines of it is a for the most part live action cartoon, and
Yeah.
it's done with it's pretty low budget. It's sort of black and white. It looks like a lot of it was done in After Effects, but it's all like understanding the like the callback of jokes and those kinds of odds in it. It's a weird movie when you see it. Like I don't know if it was what I sort of expected when I first saw it, but it was a fun movie to watch just right off the bat because of sort of how strange and awkward, but also like understanding it's playing off of all the like early Looney Tunes, and
Yeah.
but it's physically acted out by someone.
What's it called? Too many.
100
Oh.
100, or maybe my wife will get this, but I think it's 100 beavers. It's about like
100 beavers.
a fur trader, fur hunter in like Canada or something of the sort.
Uh-huh.
It's a weird one. If you get a chance, I enjoyed it thoroughly.
All right. Yeah.
The how much are you one of those folks, and maybe sort of a preloaded statement? Are you one of those folks? But are you a person who can watch a movie while you work?
Yeah. Yeah. Not
Is
when
it?
I'm like writing, but like when I'm drawing, I definitely have either like audiobook, a podcast, or a TV show playing.
Yeah. The my wife said it's called Hundreds of Beavers. Or
Hundreds.
hundreds. I knew it wasn't like a
Hundreds.
huge number, but hundreds of beavers. I have never understood the like. I can listen to a podcast, but the idea of like actually watching a movie is something I still haven't wrapped my head around, and I know some people do it. And
Um, yeah, like my husband is very impressed with me because sometimes when I work, I watch subtitled TV shows
what?
while I'm working. I know,
That's
like
even stranger because you're like
yeah,
having to
like
look up.
Asian, like Korean dramas or like Asian like television shows. I'm always just kind of like I just follow. I don't know.
What?
It's like if
What?
I'm watching it while I'm working, it means I'm not heavily invested in it. So if I miss something, I'm not too concerned. But
Yeah.
yeah.
What? Like, what's the one about the lady who likes whale songs?
Um,
Uh,
The Extraordinary Attorney
y-
Woo.
yes, 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 yes. When you said the like Korean dramas, that's the first one that popped in my head. Is that
Yeah,
that I don't. We started that one. I don't know if we got very far. Like we got a couple episodes in, I
they're
think, and then we
so
got distracted by.
cheesy. They're so cheesy, and like I, you know, I love them. I love them because they're just kind of like they're candy, you know? They're so cheesy, you know something's gonna turn out well. They're very predictable and it's very low stakes, low investment, which I appreciate.
You don't have to invest as much. So if you do miss a little,
Yeah.
then you're okay with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, well, like my husband is traveling right now for he's on a book tour, and so all of the usual like the good shows I can't watch because we watch them together. And so I resort to shows that he would never want to watch, which are usually the reality TV show like British Bake Off and Korean dramas.
That's my wife does the same thing. It's like I forget last a couple nights ago she was watching. And it's not one that I. There's probably people who are gonna yell at me for this one, but Oppenheimer.
Uh-huh.
Sort of wanted to see it, but it wasn't that important.
Yeah.
And so my wife wanted to see it, and so she watched it while I was down, working on a
Yeah.
deadline. Um, but it's
It's
that
very
same thing where
very good.
she'll go through seasons of a show when I'm on deadline because it's just she needs something to watch that and so she'll watch these weird shows I've never heard of, and I'll come up and it'll be like halfway through a season.
Yeah.
Like, what are you watching? And sometimes I get suckered in, which is the worst. Where I come up like, what are you watching? Then all of a sudden it's like a sit down because I'm need like a break after working in my studio, and then all of a sudden I'm sucked into this show that I start halfway through the season.
Yeah.
Um,
That's so
what
funny.
what's one of the ones you're watching currently? What's the
Um Oh, we have been watching Slow Horses on Apple TV. Have you seen that one?
who's in that one?
Gary Oldman and uh and it's basically like MI5 agents. These are like
Oh yeah.
the
Okay,
runts of the MI5, like the people who mess up get sent to this like separate department filled with a bunch of misfits and they're all terrible spies, terrible agents. And Gary Oldman plays like the head of this like department of misfits, and he is like disgusting. He's constantly like farting and like he has like terrible diet and he's just like disheveled. He's disgusting. But it's like the most relatable spy show because like James Bond and like Jason Bourne, those are all works of fiction. But I
yeah.
feel like in Slow Horses, all these agents just like the human error is so like real that I appreciate just like agents being like, oh no, not again, and like kind of like just messing up and being somewhat
It's
incompetent because I feel like that's probably how it is in real life, where there's like way more incompetence than we realize, but
is
we
it a
all
comedy
assume
or is it a drama
it's um
or a dramedy?
it's like a dramedy. It's more drama and thriller,
Okay,
but the incompetence of these agents make it comedic.
gotcha.
I don't know. It's wonderful. Like I love it because I just love flawed humans.
Do you we've been watching uh what's it called, Foundation,
Oh,
on Apple
yeah,
TV, which
we've seen
is
that.
pretty
It's hard to
beautiful.
follow. Yeah, it's
Oh,
beautiful
it's
and completely hard to follow. We just
yes,
like let it wash over us.
yeah, yeah. There are times where we go like, okay, wait, who's this person now,
Yeah.
and what's
And
going
it
on?
doesn't help that like the three like like day, dusk, and dawn. They're like ageless,
Yep.
but
Yep.
it's like thousands of years have gone by, and it's like the same actors, and they look exactly the same, and you're like, oh,
Yeah. Which
okay,
one are we actually here? And like, do
yeah,
they have the history that goes with that specific like character? Are we talking about something that's a brand new, iteration? Like, there's all
yeah,
sorts of odds and ends there. One of the shows I was gonna say, if you like comedy, one of the shows that we love, that I don't think I can ever stop saying is a amazing show, is a show called Taskmaster,
uh-huh,
uh, out of England. It's a a game show, but for comedians. And the reason why I love it is it's abstract thinking is the whole gist of it.
uh-huh,
So there's like 5 comedians. There is a host who is the judge, or the taskmaster, sits there and judge them on their interpretation of said challenge. But what's really fun about it is they give them really odd challenges. Like, um, you have to. One of the ones I love the most referencing is they had to throw a potato into a hole in one, or like they had to get a potato into a hole on a green, but they weren't allowed to touch the green in any way. And so the people find new ways or interesting ways to interact with it.
huh,
But it's all like these comedians sort of ripping into each other,
yeah,
and silly. But
that's funny.
as an artist, I love it because it's that's like design thinking.
Yeah,
Like, you have to assess what the problem really is, what the parameters are, how you can break the rules, and all those variables. And then all of a sudden, I forget how many seasons of this stupid show we watched, but I love it every single time. Um, do you with podcasts? What kind of podcasts are you listening to as you work?
I listened to this podcast called Spooked, and
Okay.
it's basically about like horror, like ghost stories told by people who real ghost stories told by people who lived them, like experienced them. And so every season, every episode is just like a ghost story told by the person who experienced it, and it's very spooky. And then there's one on BBC Radio that's called that's also, oh, I can't remember the name of it. Oh my God. It'll come to me. But it's very similar, where it's like ghost stories being told by like people who experienced them. But then the BBC show has like a different spin on it, where they actually like crowdsource like information. Like, you tell the story, and then the host asks people to like call in, like, what do you think is going on? They ask like experts who are like skeptics, like trying to either disprove it or find a real, like, what could it
Yeah.
be? The skeptic is always usually like, well, sometimes if you're sleep deprived, you tend to see things, or this area was known to have like gas leaks, and so when you are exposed to blah blah blah. And so it's very, very interesting. And sometimes it's just like people calling in and being like, my uncle lived in that apartment and he also experienced like
Yeah.
weird things. And so it's like, whoa.
Do you now? I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm not judging of any sort. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh yeah, totally. I think it's because like I I'm gonna make a very broad statement, but I think like Asian culture, we just are more, we believe in ghosts a lot more.
Okay.
We
Have
believe
you?
in ghosts and like spirits, and growing up, like, everybody talked about ghosts openly. My mom like talks about like when she goes back to visit family in Taiwan, she's like, oh, I'm not gonna stay at my friend's house anymore because when I stayed there, a ghost bit me. It was so annoying. And like my brother and I are just like, oh, wait, please
Tell us more.
explain more. She's
Yeah.
like, yeah, she's like, what more do I need to say? A ghost bit me in the leg, and I didn't like that. I'm like, okay. All right.
Now,
Okay.
have you ever experienced a ghost? Uh,
No, I have not. I'm like, I have not, and I hope to never experience it. But I love horror films and like ghost stories.
what if it's
Uh,
Casper though, the friendly
yeah,
ghost?
maybe, maybe.
They're not all bad.
Um,
Some of them are nice.
yeah, yeah. Um, I I really love like horror films, but it's been hard to get back into them, because My husband does not like horror films, and so I usually watch them when he is traveling on book tour. But
Yeah.
then since we moved out in the middle of nowhere in Maine, it's been harder to like watch horror films alone when like when no one's home and I know I'm like in the middle of the woods. And to like watch a horror film and then like realize that I'm just like
Yeah.
alone in the woods is a bit more of a struggle. Whereas like when I was living in Philly, I could just be like, oh, I have neighbors. If something
Yeah.
happens to me, people will hear me scream. But out in Maine, no one can hear me scream.
Oh,
Ah!
that statement right there, just no one can hear me scream is such a. Do you like a jump scare?
um, do I don't like a jump scare. I like horror films that are more just kind of like a ghost kind of like is off, like you see it in like the darkness.
Oh,
It's more just kind
yeah,
of like in camera effects.
yeah.
Jump scares I hate, like gore I don't like, but I love the like um you see like little footsteps, like the creaking of floorboards, or like little like pitter patter of feet, and you're like, there are no children in this house, what's going on, like that kind of vibe.
So wait, Peter just said, hold on, I'm just looking at what's uh said, gee, I wonder why you've never experienced a ghost, which feels like there's some loaded thing that I'm not gonna, it sounds to me like that's like I shouldn't
He's like,
ever.
Peter is like super he's like atheist,
Okay,
like needs
okay,
scientific evidence to like believe in things, whereas like I'm more agnostic, where I'm just kind of
yeah.
like, it might happen, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so like we are on different planes in that way. I was also brought up to like believe in like spirits and like ghosts and stuff, and so a lot of he's had to deal with a lot of superstitions, and which he just like kind of is annoyed with. When I was pregnant, I was like, I can't accept any gifts while I'm pregnant, because it's like bad luck. It like invites like negative, like jealous spirits could like come and harm me, because I'm like very fortunate to be with child. And he was like, what are you talking about? We have this whole like, we need things for this baby. I'm like, I can't accept gifts. It's bad luck. And I feel like he's a very patient man. He just kind of like, uh-huh, and you know, rolls his eyes and kind of like, you
I
know,
mean, I will say I don't know if I'm agnostic as well, just in general. Like until it's in front of me, I'm not going to say one way or the other.
yeah,
Definitely, but I'm skeptical of a lot of odds and ends, and I
yeah,
think there's probably some reason, like you mentioned, the gas leaks, or like
yeah,
some of the there's theories that are out there on all these different things. But I also know that like I'm there are times in my life where I have questioned things. I know when I was really little, and my wife, I don't even know if she knows this story, but there was a time where I was really little, and I remember being out at night we lived in Colorado at the time. And I remember being out at night and seeing this thing fly across the sky that was really strange.
mm-hmm.
I remember thinking at the time, like, that's an alien.
Yeah,
But I also know at the time I was 7,
uh-huh,
and my
yeah,
perception of what actually was out there in the world was so like uh, so slim.
yeah,
But I can't deny the fact that like at the moment I really felt like I saw something,
yeah,
and I don't want to discredit it completely, because there was that like I don't want to call it like an emotional impact, but there was something that felt odd in that moment. But in reality, I imagine there was clearly an explanation, but
right,
I can't put it on paper
yeah,
as to what it
yeah,
was.
yeah,
And for all I know, it was just like I stayed up past my bedtime, and I was out walking back from a friend's house, and it was dark, and I saw something.
yeah,
Um, there was maybe a military base nearby. I don't know, because I was so young.
yeah. Or
Do you?
it could have just been
It,
aliens, you
it
know.
could have been.
You know what
It could have
what they say, like the most likely explanation is the right one. What is that?
been. Oh
Where it's
yeah.
like the simplest
Um,
answer is the right one. So the simplest answer is that you saw a UFO.
what is the is that
That
Arkham's
saying.
razor?
Something.
It's one of those. It's one of those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like the simplest explanation is usually the right one.
yeah.
So the simplest explanation is that you saw an alien spaceship in the sky.
I mean, the other thing too is like there are times where I'm like, I want to believe it because, or I want to believe certain things because it would be kind of just cool.
Yeah.
So like, I think that may have been part of that, like, event when I was younger was like, because then I could go brag to people and say, you know what, I saw an alien.
They'd be
Uh,
like they're like,
yeah,
nuh-uh.
yeah. My wife put it is Occam's razor. That's that specific one.
Yeah.
Um, do you now? Do you believe in aliens?
I
You made a
I
book about
feel,
aliens
I know. I I think I do. I
or
think I
humans,
believe in
depending on
aliens.
how you want to read that book.
Yeah. I think I believe in aliens. I think I believe in everything. Which I feel like my husband's learning something about me that he's like shaking his
Yeah,
head in shame.
you,
I feel like aliens are a
yeah.
possibility, you know?
But
Have
do you think they visited Earth?
Do I think they visited
It's
Earth?
like I believe there are aliens. I believe there's something else out there in the universe that
Yeah.
I
The
think we'd be
universe is
silly
so
not to.
big,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
but
I
have
feel
they come
like
here?
maybe they have visited Earth and like we just don't know, like we just haven't seen, we're not smart enough to know it yet,
Yeah,
you know? I feel like maybe if there is intelligent life, maybe they're more advanced than us. And so maybe they're right under our noses, but we're kind of like too dumb to
they're like
notice.
the show V that they have human skins on, and we just never know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Have you seen the three body problem?
yes,
It's like
yes.
that. They're just like they're coming. Or
Talk
like
about a
somehow,
heady show. That was
yeah,
one of those
some
ones where
yeah,
I remember watching that and being like, okay, I need to stop and rethink what's going on here. Uh, that's
yeah.
the show where you don't skip the recap ever
Right.
when it comes up. Here's
Yeah.
what was on last week's episode. Like, please tell me again. I saw it just a half an hour ago and I still need it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, those shows are like usually like Foundations is another one of those shows where it's like, what just happened? I don't know.
mhm.
Let's just go with it. Um I like I have a hard time watching shows with my husband because my husband does not follow along. And so he's always like, wait, what's going on? And I have to fill him in. But then if I'm ever like, wait, what's going on? He's like, I don't know. Just go with it. So he's not very helpful when it comes to like watching like complicated shows.
I'm not sure he's coming back from the book tour with how much you're throwing him under the bus here. It's not very
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah. Stay
Yeah.
in that Marriott.
Yeah. There's a I have similar, like, my wife loves really really like what was that movie Pi, where it's
Uh-huh.
just like really intense sort of theoretical physics and uh like time travel movies and things of that sort. And I like watching them, but I also know that she gets really invested in them.
Yeah.
She's listening upstairs, and so I'm not saying anything that's bad, I don't think. But she gets
Yeah.
really invested in them to the point where like she'll go read lots of articles about what's going on and why is the theory, and I kind of just chalk it up to like that was fun.
Yeah.
And I may be the same in Peter, where it's like I watch it, I don't 100% know, but I'm willing to just go sure.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
walk away at the end of the day maybe a little less stressed because of that.
Yeah.
Um,
I all these shows with like the multiverse, I feel like if you think of like try to understand it, it like doesn't make
oh,
sense. So you just kind of have to let it wash over you. Otherwise, it's like, wait, how does the multiverse work? And how does time travel work? What?
it's the same.
Another,
Time
yeah,
travel is the one that gets me. I'm like that doesn't make any sense. I'm not willing
yeah.
to let it go.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, my wife's saying primer. That's another one. Wait, Peter says Fermi paradox. I forget what the Fermi paradox is.
That's the thing about belief in aliens.
Oh, Fermi paradox. Yeah, the aliens that. Yeah, the lack of evidence. Got it. Got it.
Wait,
Got it. Okay, my wife.
what is that? What does that mean? Like the lack of evidence means that there might not be life in other. What is it? What is
No,
it?
it's that we can't. If I remember correctly, and feel free to jump in those that are listening. But I think it's just because there's lack of evidence doesn't mean that we can negate the existence. If I remember correctly, could be
Yeah.
wrong on that, but
Yeah.
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 Peter says if intelligent aliens existed, they'd have made themselves known. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. It's funny because like watching, there's certain alien movies, or like I really love the movie Contact
Uh-huh.
when that first came
Oh
out.
yeah.
Have you seen that one with
Yeah.
Jodie
Jodie
Foster? Like
Foster. Yeah.
there's something about that like SETI and that kind of thing that always has uh, had my interest. Um, but I don't. This is the. It's funny because we started out like, okay, here's work and here's how you do art, and now
Yeah.
we're like, do you think aliens are out there? What's the okay? So here, wait. I'm gonna back up, and this is where we get into fun stuff. What's
Okay.
the strangest thing that you believe that you think other people haven't caught on to yet? Like,
Oh.
I mean, obviously,
Strangest.
like aliens, and like, do you have like some theory that like you're like, this is the thing that explains it all? Do you have anything like that?
Uh, I do not. I do not.
I asked
I
the
just
question.
have
I
like
don't know if I do either, but
weird like conspiracy theories that like only a small group of people believe.
I'm trying to think. Like,
I think well, the first one that pops into my mind is gonna like when Beyonce had her first baby, there was like rumors online that she wasn't actually like
mm,
pregnant and that she was like faking it because like surrogacy wasn't like a well-known thing, but like rich people do it. And so she was just like hiding the fact that she was pregnant and wearing like prosthetics. And so I went on this like crazy deep dive, and I to this day I still kind of believe that Beyonce didn't have like wasn't pregnant with her first child.
yeah,
And so that's a conspiracy theory that you can still find YouTube videos about. And maybe that's something that there's no shame now in like admitting that you use a surrogate to have your
yeah.
baby, but at the time I feel like nobody was talking about it.
This is audio cut out.
Is it? Yes, my wife just said your audio cut out. Is it still
Oh,
out?
is it still out? Can you hear me?
Oh, she get yeah. You can hear it, Lauren, correct?
No, I hear you talking to her down there, but not on
Oh yeah, for some reason your audio isn't going through on. It's coming through my end on. Oh wait, someone says they can hear me. Check yours, Lauren. They said they can hear us, so it's
Oh,
maybe on your end. This is the wonder of Instagram. Um, the I'm trying to think if there's like any theories that are out there that I'm like, oh, this is, huh, that's a tough one. Like sometimes I ask questions I don't have the answer for them, and this is one of those. Um, shoot, I feel like I want to like say that there's probably like some like I don't think this person was really gone, like
yeah,
like they were still around for longer than what we thought.
yeah.
But I'm trying to think who it was. I know there was someone that was in that ballpark, like in my theoretical existence of people. Shoot, who was it? It was someone that probably is not interesting to anybody else and just me. But um, is there a well, no, I won't. I feel like I'd be saying the same thing again, so I'm not even gonna ask that one. But um, the how much time? I'm gonna go back to the art a little bit
Okay.
for a second and say like obviously we've been talking about all these things that we've been dealing with entertainment and watching silly shows or what have you. How much time do you get to actually sit down and do that stuff, or are you spending like how much time is in studio, how much time is managing all the other parts of life for you?
Um, well, I feel like now that we have a baby, like I feel like I we have a part-time nanny who comes 3 days a week.
Okay.
So 3 days a week we have like a full like 9 to 5 work day where we try to just like sit at our desk and try to crank out all of our deadlines um if we can. And then on days we don't have a nanny, it's basically like I hang out with my baby until he takes a nap. And while he's napping, I have like maybe like 2 hours to work. And I'm
Yeah.
like working. And then like once the baby goes to sleep, like that's when we unwind and we like watch stuff and like um have like wind down time to enjoy like media and entertainment stuff. And so like our days are basically like based on his sleep schedule and wake windows right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I feel like we're managing.
Yeah.
It's I think about all the when we were, you know, childless, like we were also working long hours, but I feel like a lot of that time was wasted because we had the luxury of time, you know?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
feel like maybe I would go and like sit at my desk, but spend like the first like hour just like on Reddit, just like doing like, you know, going down the rabbit hole about unrelated things. Like um what is I don't know,
Yeah.
some
What is
obscure
Beyonce's real
yeah.
situation with her baby? Yeah.
Yeah. What is
I
Hanson doing these days? Like just like
wait.
random things.
Are you of the generation that like I don't know your age, but are you of the generation where Hanson was a thing? Like that was a crush back in the day?
Uh I think so. Yeah, I am a millennial. I'm
Okay.
gonna turn 40 next year.
Okay.
So Hanson was a
Yeah.
thing. And I also grew up in the South, so the fact that they were like good Christian boys,
Gotcha.
like all the girls in my school were like, they're allowed to have this crush because they're good Christian boys. And so it was definitely a part of like conversations all through
Okay, wait.
through my
Did
school
you
life.
actually have a crush on one of the Hansons ever?
Uh, I don't
Out with it. Out with it.
think so. I thought they all looked like a little weird, but maybe like the lead singer. Everybody likes the lead
Lead singer.
singer.
I was gonna say who was it if it was one of them. That was gonna be the next question.
Yeah, it would just be the lead singer.
Okay. I
Um,
don't even know their names. I feel like
I don't know their names. I don't even remember their names either.
I
But
I
my
know that the
earliest
older
my
one like
yeah,
evened out time. Like I know that he was in an awkward
yeah,
stage when he was like they first started, and he has become much more like uh handsome and
yeah.
not in that like
My
awkward
my
teenage.
earliest crush was like not even like a real person. It was from the cartoon Daria. Do you
Oh,
remember that cartoon? It
yeah.
was
Oh,
like
I'm
an
sure.
NTV cartoon. It was like Daria's best friend's brother, Trent. I
Okay, this
was
is
like, oh
my wife
yeah.
is a big, not a huge Daria fan, but enough that she knows probably which character that is. I think I know. Was he the one that wore like the spiked collar? Yeah.
Yeah. He just like was
Okay.
like very stereotypical like grunge
Yep.
alternative guy. I was like, oh yeah, crush. But
I forget who I had on recently where we were talking. I think it was Jennifer Bell that we had on, and we were talking about like cartoon crushes and like who is the first crush. And uh, yeah, yeah. My wife's calling it out because yeah, she was a big. She grew up in the era, and I avoided it. Uh, Although if I had to pick, I would choose one. But she was a New Kids on the Block era.
um
Like you know, the first crush was those kind of like
yeah.
New Kids on the Block kind of situation. Or I won't say the first crush. Her I joke because her first crush was uh, I like to say it was John Oates. She says it's Daryl Hall, but I like to say it's John Oates because it's funnier. Um,
Yeah.
but everybody had their era.
Yeah.
I'm
I
trying to
found
think.
like an old journal where I like confessed my love of Ricky Martin and how I wanted my future husband to like have sweet moves like Ricky Martin. And
And
yes, Peter has sweet moves like Ricky Martin.
is he living La Vida Loca right now
Yep. Every
out in the
day.
Marriott?
Yeah.
This is this is man. I just want okay now that Peter has heard this, I really, really want him to get a costume of Ricky Martin to show up when he comes home. Rolls in off the airplane and is in a Ricky Martin costume.
Ricky Martin costume would just be like tight dress pants.
Yeah.
I feel like that was just his like dress pants, and like everything is just like very tight and very
Well,
tan.
he's got an assignment now.
Yeah.
You know the setup.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You're basically saying it doesn't take a lot to get that done, and so there's no reason to not try. Uh, I put down on mine, and like for some reason I don't know anything about her or anything of the sort, but my first crush was that I can remember. I'm sure there were ones before it, but Amy Grant.
Oh my God, that's so sweet. That's so wholesome.
I know, which is really funny, like, because I'm not the most wholesome person now. But like I don't know any of her music beyond just the like 2 hit songs that she had in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason I remember a dress that she wore, and I was like, that's a really pretty dress.
Yeah.
And that was it. That was enough at the age that I was at. That was plenty.
Yeah.
Like, she's very pretty.
Did you have like an art crush when you started getting into art? Was there like a person where you're like, I like crush as in like I want to be their friend, and like man crush, or like woman crush, just like I want to be their friend, I want to be in their life?
When I first got into like illustration, like in high school, I didn't know any of it. I definitely had like comic book artists. I was like, this is cool, but I didn't really like. I feel like that was very, very different than sort of the art crush for me. The art crush for me was probably Jordan Issip. I really, really love Jordan Issip's work. I don't know if you know his stuff, but editorial person from the 90s. And actually, what's funny is like the stuff I do now, I moved so far away from the stuff that he did. Like I tried to imitate him when I was in college, of course, and that kind of setup. And now I look back on it, and he does painted collage, and I'm like, oh, I'm sort of doing that stuff again. The other one is I really absolutely love, and now I'm friends with her, is Lori Keller.
Oh, okay.
Do you know Lori Keller stuff? The Scrambled States of America, Arnie the Donut.
It sounds familiar, but I'm like very bad with.
Okay, if you saw them, I bet you would know them right away. And so that wait, what? I noticed people are talking about. I used to play pickup soccer with Jordan. Peter, which Jordan are we talking about? I think my wife and your husband are having a whole conversation in the comments about various people. But Jordan Issip. Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. I was like,
oh, that's
I didn't
cool.
know if that was one of the Hanson brothers. I didn't know if that was Jordan Knight from New Kids on the Block. I get it. That was Jordan Issip. Yes. And I went through phases. How many styles do you think you've had throughout the years? Or can you? I mean, obviously, it's a evolution. It's not like there's a switch that happens, but like distinct eras.
I feel like I definitely had like an R. Crumb era when I was in undergrad, where I was like very influenced by like, artists who were, using the language of comic artists, but for contemporary art. So it's like there was this painter named Arturo Herrera, who kind of like took like pieces of like Disney cartoons and kind of made them into these like beautiful like abstract paintings, but they had like forms that you could like pick out from like classic animation. And so I was very influenced by that. And then when I went into grad school, it was, like I feel like I was still heavily influenced by like street artists maybe. And then I found my way into like very like dark and gothy like collage, where I just like cut out the faces and like kind of like carved into the collages, so the faces were almost like cavernous and stuff. And then uh and then from there it just became all about like simplicity, like simplifying like my process. And I just went back to like drawing, which is something that I always have done. And yeah, I feel like maybe like three or four
Okay.
phases of um, finding out what I want. And I think ultimately it just became about like, I want to make work, but I don't want, like, how do I remove any barriers from just like creating work? You know, if I was when I was doing collage work, it's like, well, I want to sit down and make work now, but I can't make work immediately because I have to like find source images. I have to like get like the print out this paper, like
Yep.
find materials for it. And so that was like a barrier for me because I felt like it would have it was just easy to be lazy and be like, oh, well, I'll just put it off and like do it another time. But whereas like drawing, it's more immediate. And so all you need is like a pencil and like a scrap of paper and you can do it anywhere with immediacy. And so knowing myself and knowing that I need like all obstacles removed in order to get work done was like very important.
Is there like obviously there is a ebb and a flow to people's aesthetic or the choices that they make, and I'm wondering, now that we're at the point that we're at in our careers,
Yeah.
one of the questions that always comes up is the dreaded S word of style.
Uh-huh.
It's sort of, I like the word voice more so, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
wondering, like, have you gotten to a point where you feel like you can clearly in your head define what would be your style or your voice, or are you still
Um,
in a world where you're trying to search for what that entails?
I don't think I know what my style is. I think other people might be able to define it better than I do. But
Okay.
that was something I struggled with when I was in art school and like trying to like break into the fine art world. That was a struggle. But then when I transitioned to making books, I thought less about it and it became like the style was whatever the
Yeah.
story
Yeah.
called for. And so I became less interested in a style, but I'm sure there's like patterns that might emerge. But I feel like making books has liberated me from the like having to find like a style.
Yeah,
Um,
just the flexibility of following the story and letting
yeah,
the story define.
yeah. I feel like the medium will kind of defines my quote unquote style or voice. It's just kind of like this um, graphite scratchiness. Um,
I mean, that's when I start to define style for the students. Oftentimes, I get into that conversation of like, style doesn't always mean that it's a um, or it's not always defined by what do I want to say, like the look of it, but more so
yeah,
like, are there I have them go through this process, and I've described it in various methods throughout time. But this idea of talking about sort of the formal aesthetics of like, what are the shapes and colors and compositions and things that they sort of gravitate towards, and then sort of developing the language around that. And you're someone who likes a graphite texture. I mean, one of the things I noticed specifically about the new book that you have, the We Are Definitely Human, is that front cover. And I think I talked to you even about that, about like, was it spot color? Was it, oh no, it's just me. Lauren, it's just me on my feed. Hold on, let me see. I'll see if I can get her back in. Yep. Everybody, don't worry, I'm going to try. We're going to see if, let me see. X, Fang. Okay, I'm going to invite. Let's see. I said something that Did
Hi, I'm back.
yeah.
Sorry.
Did I offend you? Did I?
No, my AirPods were dying, so I had to go recharge them, and in the process, I touched something,
Oh, okay.
and
Uh,
something got all. Yeah.
no worries.
Um, what were you saying?
Yeah, I don't. I know I was talking about sort of like style and separating it from what it looks like and into like what are the formal aspects that you use in your work. And so like the equivalent of I know that you love the scratchy or the like the pencil texture shows
Mm-hmm.
up a lot. And I was saying the cover of We Are Definitely Human, that when I first met you, that I had mentioned something about like the the spot color that was used
Mm-hmm.
on that, and because that is such a dramatic thing on the cover, that like super saturated, that it's like clearly
Yeah.
that was really important to you,
Yeah.
and makes the cover in a way, um, because of how dramatic it is, um, and so like there's obviously some sort of like, as I hate this term but I use it all the time, a sinewy tissue that
Uh-huh.
connects all your work. But yeah, the I mean, there's lots of folks that like it evolves and changes as we go along.
Yeah.
Um, is there one thing that like when you look at your work that uh, must be there for the work or the piece to be successful, or to be you know, to hint at it being your work and not uh, the next person over's work or things of that sort?
I think texture,
Okay.
like I've never I like to see like the scratch, like the pencil marks, you know,
Yeah.
like the layering of the pencil. And when I go in and I color, I essentially just kind of like mask color on top of the line work. So it's again, I'm like using like this like drawing rhythm as I'm adding color. So it's not just like flat color on top. It's just like I'm actually adding um this like scratchiness into it. I don't know, just kind of like the imperfection of the human hand.
Do
Um,
you
yeah.
do you go back in Photoshop a lot of the work? I mean, obviously for like color and like major errors, but do you go back
Yeah.
and like fix textures?
No. I like go with Photoshop, I mainly just like clean up the scanned image. And I like prep the file to add color on
Yeah.
top. But I don't go in and I don't change the textures or anything, because the textures are like why I do it by hand. It's like not something that I can easily mimic digitally.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Now,
So the only thing I do in Photoshop is play around with color.
is any of your process, besides like any of the sketching or anything of the sort, do you do any sort of digital work there?
No, like the sketching and the drawing, it's all by hand in like sketchbooks and stuff. I don't do too much digitally. Um,
Uh,
and it's not because I have anything against like digital tools. It's just that I think with the way I work, I don't really know what I'm what I'm doing half the time.
yeah.
And so when I'm like sketching with a pencil, sometimes I'm like varying like how like hard I press down on a piece of paper, and that in itself like wouldn't will inspire me. Like I've been using for this book, I've been using these like um graphite sticks that I love. And it just like started with me just kind of like sketching and not knowing what to do. So I would like make this like square as I was like sketching it out, and just kind of like doing rough thumbnails with these like broader pencils, and be like, oh, well, I want like a little figure here. And in doing that, I like kind of fell in love with these certain markings,
Uh-huh.
you know, and just the way like the material um, moves just, and so that inspired me to like make drawings and compositions that really are able to like highlight this gesture. Am I
No,
making sense?
that makes
Where it's like,
total
I'm like,
sense.
yeah, I've fallen in the process of like playing around and like sketching. I've fallen in love with like just this motion. And so when I'm drawing, I kind of want to do more of this motion. And so I kind of seek out um, shapes that would let me play and like make that kind of like motion right there because it's very satisfying and it doesn't like really um, add like necessary for the story or anything, but it's just like something that I find very fun to do.
Well, it's even the yeah. It's like a there's, and I'm not in any way. My wife says it reminds her of the Tim Biscup drawings that he does online
Oh
that are
yeah,
like
I've seen those.
amazing.
Yeah.
And it's all about like the angle in which he holds it. He must work on
Yes.
a soft surface so he can get the right like feed to it. But the one of the things that I am a big proponent of, and I don't know if for me it's using traditional materials. For others, it may be using digital or whatnot. But the idea of art as a sort of uh, therapeutic nature in the sense of like if I do not use some sort of traditional material, there's not the like emotional or the mental reward that I get if I'm using something like digital. And I know that other people like digital is the like clear winner for them, and that's fine. But for me, I need those sort of like I need to get my hands dirty.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't do that, I feel like I'm somehow like I don't want to say I'm cheating the system, but I definitely feel like there's something missing
Yeah.
if I don't have that sort of like physical attachment to it.
Yeah. I find that when I was working in advertising, everything existed
Yeah,
digitally,
yeah,
but like I feel like I use a different brain when I'm using when I'm making work digitally versus when I'm using traditional
yeah.
materials. Um, and so it's something that I definitely notice where it's like I won't like this area right here. I don't think I would do that. Can you see what I'm circling?
Yeah.
I
Yep.
can't. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Like I don't think I would like make these decisions digitally, but it's just kind of like in the process of doing it by hand, maybe like I'm tired and I'm like, maybe that was a mistake, so I'm trying to fix it. And in fixing it, I find like a solution that is something that I that is surprising and I really like, and maybe I'll like go in and like do other things. Um, but yeah, I feel like using traditional mediums is uh, allows for more spontaneity and like improvising
Yep.
more.
Yep.
Whereas like in digital, the the ability to just like delete your last mark is so easy that it would be hard for me to not just like, oh, keep like deleting it and redoing it until it looks perfect.
I that is my hold up on switching over solely to digital is that the and I've said this for anybody there's people that are tuning in that have heard this so many times from me, but like the irregularity, the mistakes are what I live for.
Yeah.
And the idea of getting into that delete button too heavy or getting into my the if I start to tweak too much, uh, I feel like I lose the challenge of
Yeah.
all. But I know there's people who love digital, and in no way am I trying to say that like this is any better or worse, or my approach is any better or worse than anybody else's when it comes to.
It's just the way your brain
Yeah,
works when you're like making art. Um,
it
I think,
feels healthier in some way in my
yeah.
mind.
Yeah, I think everybody has like their own approach. Peter had a dinner with an illustrator. I can't remember who it was, who gave themselves like they work digitally when they're sketching or when they're making art that they give themselves rules where they never like undo
Mm.
something. If they make a mistake, they don't undo it. They just have to like figure out how to correct
Yep.
it without just like undoing. So they use like the eraser tool or maybe like just draw over it. So you see the correction, but with a digital
Yeah.
tool, you know,
Yeah.
but it's like a rule that they give themselves, or they like would lock their screen so they can't like zoom in. So they're only
Oh,
um
I like that.
yeah, so they can't like zoom in and like get like the really nitty-gritty details. So they're limited in like what they're allowed to do with their like iPad or drawing tablet. And I just thought that made a lot of sense to me because like I feel like when you have too much all this like freedom to make your work look perfect with digital tools, like why not make it look perfect, you know?
Yep.
Like when you have the tools to do so. And so I feel like that might be the big struggle with digital tools for me.
Yeah. I mean,
Or it's like yeah.
no, I was gonna say there's artists that I love that are completely digital, and I love them for the sake of like um, the precision have,
Mm-hmm.
and it is not in my liking to get that precise with my own work. So I look at someone like Kirsten Ulve. I don't even know
Mm-hmm.
their last name, but Ulve.
Yeah.
It was, very, very precise in the type of work that they did back in the day. To be honest, I haven't looked at their work recently, but I know that it's not too far off from what it was. Um, but excuse me, what I loved about it was the like crispness of that work, and I just don't have the patience or the time myself to get in there
Mm-hmm.
and get into that sort of level. But it's sort of like I appreciate photorealism, but that doesn't mean I want to do it.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
there's a limit to my pain tolerance, and
Yeah.
that is not in that world. Um, are there artists in particular that you're looking at now that you feel like are in some way inspiring or challenging to your expectation of like what you make or what you think the industry is you know buying up?
Um I I try not to look at too many illustrators only because knowing myself, the people that I admire are not their styles are not very
Yeah.
similar to what I do. Like, I'm not a painter, but I really love painters, people who use like aqueous media, like watercolor. I am just not a watercolor person, but
Yep.
loving their work makes me want to do it. And so I have a tendency to like, because I love their work so much, I find myself just like wanting to emulate them. And so I try my best to avoid like too
The
much.
watercolor aisle.
Yeah, or like just like um spending too much time looking at other illustrators' work because you definitely have, you know, I can find myself just being like, "Oh my God, that's so good." Like, what am I doing? Like
Yeah.
just like all this like negative self-talk. And so I try to just like if I see somebody doing interesting stuff, I like make a mental note, but I don't like dive deep in. I'm like, oh, that work is really good, but I'm not gonna like go and try to fully
Yeah.
look under the hood and like do all the examinations just for my own um peace of mind because yeah, it'll just get in the way. But one of the illustrators whose work I've been eyeing from a distance and very enamored with is the work of Sydney Smith.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Just like
yeah.
the painterly, um, the way he paints, it's just so. I'm very um, fond of painters whose work, if you look at it, or illustrators, when you look at their work, it looks like they work like this, like very kinetic, and it's like lots of like
Yeah.
different paints, and they're just like doing like going around like the whole page, and they're just like yeah 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 yeah. Whereas like my work is like ding 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 ding, like I stay at this place for a really long time, and so I admire like painters, like very expressive painters, like Sydney Smith, and so I'm drawn to his work, and I think it's very beautiful and poetic. But I guess to answer the other part of your question, I have noticed that there are a lot of the industry is like uh, there are a lot of books that are coming out that are very beautiful and very well crafted, but clearly the maker has like a strong animation background, you
Okay.
know?
Yep.
And so, but
Yep.
it's like a specific school of animation. So like the character designs all look a little similar.
I can I can understand. There is like an era. I forget. I think it was T.L. Macbeth last week that was talking about the Cal Arts sort of
Yeah.
aesthetic that has shown up in a lot of things, and it's just
Well, no,
because these are
I'm
like,
talking about, yeah, I think I'm more referring to like more recent like animation because the animation industry is kind of struggling. I think a lot
yep,
of studios are downsizing. So I think a lot of the animators are out of work and they're turning to picture books. And so you have these like incredibly talented like illustrators who all, came from like a specific studio. So they have like this certain polish. I think I'm less talking about like a certain look, but more about the polish, you know?
okay.
It's so like professional. It's so like they know all the tools to make a book, to make like an image look like polished,
Yeah,
you know? And I've seen like a lot of those books and it's some of them are really good, but some of them are just kind of like it's I want a little bit more error. Do you know what
well,
I mean? Where it's like, yeah,
it's the sort of challenge of, and I think this is part of the challenge of the industry itself is people are buying books so far in advance from when they come out. Run
yeah,
into this like, well, what is the hit aesthetic at one point in uh, one, like let's say 2 years back when books were being bought, there was an aesthetic that happened then that there were a lot of people sort of jumping on that aesthetic or trying to get ahead of it or what have you. And
yeah,
you're right about the industry itself, sort of getting caught up in uh, or the animation industry getting caught up in this, like people are being downsized and then they have work, and I don't have a problem with them jumping
yeah,
into illustration or into kids books.
yeah,
My the thing that I think hurts or is a challenge to um, anybody going from animation into illustration is they're coming from an industry, and I had the same problem myself early on of when I stopped doing television animation. Of a lot of my work started to look like the shows that we were working on.
mm-hmm,
You start to find formulas of, well, this is how you draw hands because
mm-hmm,
it's easy to animate. Not necessarily that it's a bad hand, but you have a different range or a different ability when you're in Kidlit to be able to play because you're not having to do frame by frame,
yeah,
or you're not having to do some of these other like you can be a little bit more frivolous with patterns and things you can put into stuff. You can do wild crazy hair and get away with it
yeah,
because you don't have to worry about handing it off to the next person. uh,
mm-hmm,
do you find, like, is there something that you're looking for in the industry? Like I myself am looking for, or the thing that I'm like, if I see these kind of books on the shelf, I get excited,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
really love dimensional work. So like when I
mm-hmm,
see people that are like jumping off of a 2D format and getting into like, well, something's a little sculptural or it's found
yeah,
object or it's um I mentioned last week Virgin Honey, who is
uh-huh,
an Instagram artist that has a beautiful book out there that's all found objects.
yeah,
It's you
wow,
don't see it often,
uh-huh,
and so I'm looking for that kind of thing. And when I see it on the shelf, I'm like, ooh, I got to pick that up.
yeah,
Just surprising.
yeah. Um, I was I was on the jury for the original art show at the Society of Illustrators this year,
Okay.
and so I saw like a lot of books, and the ones that like jumped out at me that I, you know, really loved are more are like super traditional. Like there's this one book, I can't remember the illustrators. I'm terrible with illustrator names. I apologize. But the book is called The Storyteller, and the illustrator basically made these like they're beautiful illustrations, and they're all in like color pencil, and some of it is like digital, but the result is like this like eerie, it's like realistic rendering, but everything is just like a little like off,
Yeah.
a little eerie. And I thought it was so beautiful, and I was really into it. So I find myself gravitating towards like um, more like classical,
Right.
like looking books. Um, I don't know what it is, but there's just like something. I think it's mainly because now that I make books, I know the labor
Yeah.
that goes into it. So maybe much of it is just like being in awe of like the labor and like wanting to, buy the book because I know how hard it is to make books, and to like see a book that clearly took a lot of time and effort makes me endears itself to me.
Was that the same group that Sean Harris judged?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because he posted a thing about like, I thought it was a really interesting take, and I know it's probably a hot take and maybe not something that everybody wants to hear, but um, that from his memory that none of the folks that won the awards or whatnot were like inherently fully digital, which I thought
Yeah.
was interesting.
Well, the silver medalist was fully digital,
Oh,
the
okay,
illustrator who did like Godfather Death, but it was like the the digitalness of her work wasn't very
evident.
evident,
Yeah,
because like I would thought like, oh, is this like screen printing? Is this like old school like um it just looked that she used the medium very, very well, where you weren't 100% sure whether or not it was digital. Um, and I thought that was very interesting. But, I think you, I think it's just about how you use the tools, and it's not that like people are doing it the wrong way. It's just like a lot of people are doing it one way. And so when you are judging like all the books that come out in one year, and you see a lot of people making amazing work using digital tools, but they're all using it in a similar way and making similarly beautiful books. It's like, you know, really good quality, beautiful digital books, but they are like, they're the same in like the level of quality, in that they're both really, really good. And it's like you can't say like one is better than the other, because they're both like really good. And so when you see something that looks like a little awkward and it's done by hand, you're like, oh, all these are really perfect, but look at this like weird thing
yeah.
that's like a little like irregular and a little wonky. That stands out because like everything was so like, it was like a sea of perfection.
Well,
And so yeah.
the same thing could probably be said about traditional materials too, because there was an era in the like '90s where there was lots of people doing like beautifully rendered illustrations, and even today there's still people that like sort of when they get into traditional materials they fall prey to sort of trying to mimic an aesthetic that either is now or once was. And to me it's I don't even really care what material it is. In fact, I always have ventured the argument that material doesn't matter unless you get caught up in the material.
Yeah.
And so like if I get caught up in like a digital piece or a traditional piece and I start going, what material was this? Then you've
Yeah.
lost me, because it really should be, how good is this illustration
Hmm.
of some sort. I want to ask you specifically about the judging, because I'm supposed to be judging something for society here soon that I think we're supposed to be starting this month at some point. I have to go back. I meant to look at in my email today to see when that is actually starting. Um, what was that like? Because I've never judged competition like this before. I'm judging. I think the book. I don't even know if I can say that I'm judging stuff, but
Oh,
uh,
it
I
was
don't know.
it was basically it was like a marathon. They just gave you a login information, and you just had to like review a bunch of books on your own, you know? And he just kind of it was basically like for this show it was like, do you think this book is worthy of being in the show based on the illustration
Yeah,
alone? And so you had to like we reviewed like 833 books, and that was the criteria. It's like yes or no. Does this like book deserve to be in a show about like
yeah.
illustration? And so yeah, it was just like it was it was a a lot of work.
I can imagine. I mean, I'm dreading that it's going to be like there's an eye and a thing that's come from teaching for me that I can very fairly quickly assess like the inherent value of a piece, but I
Yeah.
worry about the like, and it's actually really good to hear that it's not always this like you have to um or that you can be a bit individual and just work on it. And you don't have to like come to some beautiful consensus with the group on 800 some of them. Maybe at the end you do, but
Yeah. When we like started discussing like the medal winners, I think that was more collaborative, but
yeah,
then like just like to get to that point was a lot of like individual opinions, and it's all I it was just very hard just because I just felt like everybody I was like everybody should be in the show. We all worked really hard.
yeah,
Even if it was like a book that I didn't like, I was like I knew somebody worked really hard on it, you
yep,
know? So I'm like they should just be in the show. Or I struggled a lot with like I love a good cover. And so with some covers, I'm like, this book, I don't like it. And then I see the interior art. I'm like, oh my God, this book is beautiful.
yep.
What were you doing with the cover? Um, and so those are always like fun surprises.
Did now the this is for the just the original show, right?
Yeah, the
Not
original art show. Yeah.
yeah. Um, it's interesting because I even like with what I'm doing with the book thing. I don't know if because I live in Kidlit so much. I don't even know if there's a separate like book show. Um, I'm so used to the like, well, there's the original art show for Kidlit, and so I
Uh-huh.
don't even know like 100%. I really have to like sit down and like hear more about what we're actually what's in. And
What did you sign up for?
yeah, well, it's I mean I kind of know, but I just like the equivalent of there's a difference to me of what makes a good piece as a book and a different thing for what is good for a gallery wall and
Mm-hmm.
what's good for and like the original art show there is something that in my mind that it inherently I've used the word inherently too much but there's the piece has to also live outside of the context of just the publication
Mm-hmm.
and like the piece still has to hold up and be beautiful on its own in a
Mm-hmm.
way outside of the context of like knowing what the next page is. And a book
Mm-hmm.
cover works a little bit different, especially if there's not interiors of like it may be a hint at what's on the inside, but not actually be the as literal as some kidlit is. And I have to hear what the parameters are and what I have to play with, and
Yeah.
eventually figure.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy
Um,
the process
I
ultimately?
did not. I did not at all. It was because I'm still like relatively new to um Kidlit, just like I'm new early in my
Yeah.
career. And so to just like be on a panel with illustrators that I really respected and to like review like all these amazing books, you just kind of I just felt like why why would anybody like how do people get notice? You know, there's so many amazing books, like I'm not worthy. And then to be in group discussions with illustrators that you admire, I had nothing to add because I was just kind of like, uh-huh, whatever you say. Yeah, yeah, me too, me too. Just because I like trusted their opinion, you know,
Yeah.
like I like saw Sean's post about like what his takeaways were from judging the show. It was so like thoughtful and like perceptive And whereas like, oh, that's what you noticed? I noticed a lot of books about whales.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. Um, so,
I don't
yeah.
even know if the book that I would have entered, the publisher said they were going to enter it, that I had was a book about whales. And now that I hear that, I'm like,
There,
oh, okay.
there's like, there are a lot of books about whales all of a sudden. I'm like, there are a lot of books about whales. Is this the book like that written by Dave Eggers
Yeah,
for you?
yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember.
It's okay. You don't
Um,
have to. I don't think it made it in, and
I
I don't
just,
even know if it was entered. To be
yeah,
honest, I don't know.
I like don't know. I just remember seeing a lot of book about whales, and I know that you have a book with Dave Eggers about whales. So
Yep.
maybe.
Honestly, I've
Sorry.
noticed a lot of them, and I've seen a lot of like deals recently that there's an era of like certain animals go through like popularity
Yeah,
in these books,
it's like
and I've noticed
now is the time of the
it
whale.
is. Whales are big, and then there's um I'm trying to think, like there's an era where frogs were big
Yeah.
illustration. There was the owls,
Uh-huh.
like birds were a big thing for a while, and like
Yeah.
yeah, for whatever reason,
Whales.
whales are it now.
Yeah,
Um,
everybody loves a good whale.
um,
Um, Mark, I think I have to log off and like
okay,
go to bed.
I'm horribly offended. I can't believe you would say such a thing. Um, no, this has been great. I've thoroughly enjoyed. I hope that you got a lot of work done.
I
Uh,
did. I'm actually very surprised by like how much work I got done. So
okay,
thank you. You like
good,
helped me make a dent in my epic list of work
good,
too.
good.
Yeah.
That's
Whew.
that is the goal, that you're not walking away going,
What a
uh-oh, I have to stay
waste.
up later now to solve the other bits of this.
Yeah.
Um, I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I'm so happy to have you on, and it was nice to meet you in person the other day too. And I'm sure that we'll head up your way. My wife and I head
Yeah.
up that way at times and whatnot. And if you and your husband are around or whatever, and
Yeah.
at various events up there, I'm sure we'll run into each other
Well, we're
on a.
gonna be at the main lit festival in a few
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
weeks.
The
So we'll be in that with like Tom Booth, who also did one of these gabbing
Yep,
doodles with
yep.
you,
We know
and so he's
Tom.
gonna be there. Yeah, so let us know when you're in town. We'll hang.
Where's the Kidlet thing? Is that in
Portland.
Portland? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can probably swing up for that as long as it's not a horrible weekend, like weather-wise. But
Yeah.
then we will be there, because I there's quite a few folks that I know that are already going up there just to go to it all together, and so maybe we'll make we'll pack a bunch of people in the car and go.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so no, that'd be awesome. I would love to catch up again. So
Cool.
again, go take care of your haunted baby that's your in your baby monitor.
Yeah.
And
Thank
I
you.
really, really appreciate it, and I will be in touch.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Good night. Okay. I don't know if it's just me yet. We'll see. There's always a delay I have to wait for. And 3, 2, 1. There we go. Oh, I timed it just right on my. You guys can't see, but oh, maybe you can. The iPad there, it just shifted right at that moment when I said 3, 2, 1. Although there's a delay now, so you can't see it based on whatever reason. It timed out really good. Or maybe you can because the audio, whatever reason. Anyways, Fang was lovely to chat with. I hope that people enjoyed the conversation. I'm going to continue this. I have to do this. I'm going to do all these little white chaotic shoelaces and a bunch of knots and things to showcase that this bunny is struggling to get their shoes on, and then I got to do the face. I haven't even come close. This may be a past midnight one tonight. We will see. So we'll cross our fingers that it's not too crazy like that, because I need to get some sleep. Speaking of sleep, Teacher Marion, thank you. Sleeping of sleep. Speaking of sleep, one of the things I was going to mention last night, for anybody that cares, anybody that knows our son or in some way connected to him on here or heard about him, we took him to his first concert last night. and we went and saw this band called Chromeo, which I don't know if people know who Chromeo are, but Chromeo is awesome. And if you don't know them, you should go. It looks like a lobster claw, but once I shade it, it shouldn't. Uh, if you don't know Chromeo, you should go see what their music is like. It's sort of this electro funk, is the best way I can put it. And we brought our son, and it's his first concert. He's 11. We show up, and the initial start of the concert, we got there in time for what we thought was halfway through the opening band, and it turned out to be halfway through the opening band. And so we were there quite a ways waiting for Chromeo to come on. And by the time they by the time they got onto the stage, it was basically past our son's bedtime. And he eventually got so tired he fell asleep during the concert. And this was, imagine, electro funk. This was not a quiet show. And my wife got video, and I don't know if she'll post it ever. I mean, maybe she will on Instagram, so you can see this band playing. They got lights and music, and well, of course they have music, lights and guitars and whatnot going, and then it pans over to me with my son asleep in my lap, and therefore I am. We were all kind of worn out today, and my son fell asleep at school. Don't tell his teachers. He fell asleep for a hot second there, and his friend woke him up and said, "You're falling asleep in class." He said it was math class, which makes it even more funny to me because of all the classes you're going to fall asleep in. Math seems kind of the most appropriate, I would think. Even though the teacher's lovely, I like the teacher, but it's how much can you listen to a lecture on the number 10 before you pass out? Yeah, my wife says they went on after 9:30. It was, and that's not even that late, but for a 11-year-old for his first concert, and he also has to get up at 5:30 in the morning for school. That's a very late night. But there's a story in that. The story is, were we bad parents bringing our 11-year-old to a very late night show? I think it was important that he went to his first concert. Let's put it that way. Doesn't have to be a perfect situation, but first concert's pretty important to me. I was a big concert kid when I was in college, and so getting my son out to a concert feels like I've accomplished something as a parent. The other thing that happened at the show, and I'll tell people this. There's two things. Here's two stories, because this is just story time for me now. One story was yesterday when we were at the show. I got up to go to the bathroom, as people do. Yeah, no, not bad parents. Yeah, that's what I think too. So I got up to go to the bathroom, and as I'm walking back to this bathroom, it had this clear sign that said restrooms this way. And so I started to move back that direction. And when I got there, there was this sort of hallway, and it said restrooms. So like at the end of the hallway, it splits into to women's and male and female, the women's and men's room, right? And so I turned the corner, and instead it's just one big bathroom. And my first thought was, oh, I gotta go. But I guess I should check and make sure this is just it's not the women's room. And so I stepped out for a second. I didn't see any signage that said that. So I was like, my second thought was, well, this is really progressive of them. That's pretty awesome. Like, I don't care and whatnot. And then I used the bathroom, and then I stepped out of the stall, and there was a lady going into the stall across the way. And then I washed my hands and I walked out. And right as I walked out, on the wall was this little sign, in my opinion was little, that said women's room. And so I ended up going in and using the women's room by accident. And I'm annoyed and embarrassed that I did that, just because of if there was someone that in some way was offended that I went into the women's room, that embarrasses me. But I'm also annoyed that the signage was so poor, because my wife almost went into the men's room later, even though I told her that the signage was bad. So clearly it was bad. But I was very proud that I was just like, I don't care. I don't I don't need it to be a separate bathroom to somehow have to just go pee. Um, and so I was proud and embarrassed at the same time. Anyways, that was one story. The other story is today, and if anybody's watching from school, they're going to go, he's still talking about this? Uh, so we have up in our area a thing called stink bugs. I don't know if people know what stink bugs are, but they are essentially, oh, they're bugs, but they are a form of shield bug that stinks. They put out sort of a scent if they get scared or they get, harassed or whatever. And today in class, I was like, oh man, I smell a stink bug in here. It has such a distinct smell. It's kind of hard to not notice it once you smell it. And someone said it smells like cilantro, and I don't believe that. I think it smells different than cilantro. That's someone who doesn't like cilantro that probably said that. But the smell was like really pervasive in where I was sitting. And I was like, where is this coming from? I thought I had like stepped on one or something of the sort. And so I was searching all around. And then I stood up from my seat and I had sat on a dead stink bug. And for anybody who knows that smell, it like permeates things for a long time. And like if you pick up one with your hand and it stinks. Wait. Oh, my wife says she does think it smells like cilantro. I don't think it smells like cilantro. Anyways, whatever. I guess I'd have to smell cilantro again. Maybe I'm just forgetting what cilantro smells like. Anyways, I was sitting on this stupid thing. So then the rest of the day, no matter where I was, I kept smelling a stink bug, and I was worried that people are going to be like, "What is that stink on Mark?" all day long. And so I was fine with it. I was like, I have some extra like little travel cologne in my car, so I was like, oh, I can use that to cover up the stink. And so I went and got that, and I sprayed it on myself and whatnot. I kind of caked myself in it. And then I was in class, and I was sitting next to this student, and I mentioned that I like sat on a stink bug by accident, and he goes, "Oh, is that what that is?" And then I was like even more embarrassed because then it's clearly I stunk, and he was trying to figure out where that stink was coming from, and the entire time it was me, which is like, oh great, I don't want to be known as like stinky teacher from here on out. Anyways, that's my story. Yeah, I said someone says here, I've done the other way too. Some of the signs are confusing, like when it's a symbol or something other than the words. We started talking about that in class today too, like when it's like this abstract symbol that you're somehow supposed to understand that like a circle with 3 dots in the center is the men's room, and a circle with 2 dots is the women's room. I don't even know what, I'm just making that up. Maybe there is some weird symbol that's that, but yeah, super frustrating when you just don't know and you have to take that guess. It's my wife did UI stuff for a while, and that idea of like good signage and good understanding of like how people work with that kind of stuff is something that she cares about, and so do I, honestly. But and so like we notice that kind of stuff quite regularly, that like, ooh, this person did not pay attention to the fact that when they made the sign, it's clearly not well designed, or it's challenging in some way to our perception of how we're supposed to interact with that um, you know whatever the thing may be. So anyways, those are my stories from the day. You can take it or leave it. Are there does anybody have a fun story from the day that you're willing to type out in the comments? I'm trying to think if there's any other fun stories that sprang forth today. We had a big crit in one of the classes. I mean, not a big crit, but it was just a class that we haven't had crit in really, like a serious crit, until today. But I don't think there was anything that came up that was like super funny that I can relay. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be dark enough. Oh, there we go. It's kicking in. I draw these arms in here. Again, these bunnies are trying to figure out how to tie shoes for anybody that doesn't know what's going on in these. I'm going to put eyes on them so they look like little kids. Don't worry. We're going to get there. Not just that they have eyes, but like a distinct eye size to make them feel kid-like. No funny stories or embarrassing stories here. I'm trying to think if I have like... There was a time, I don't remember what year it was, but as a teacher, I remember there was a time where, and this is right up my alley, so for anybody that knows me, you'll know where this story's going. There was a time where I was teaching at the school, and it was a nice day out, so I was like, hey, everybody, we could go outside and sit outside and have a crit. Which, of course, you know, to students who are stuck inside all day, like, that's a lovely idea. They get to go sit out in a better environment and crit. And so everybody got their work together, and we brought it outside. And there's a lovely little like common area that's outside the school, and so we all went out there to sit down and have this crit. And in doing so, I sat down, and without knowing it, as an older person that I am now, I let one. I accidentally. It wasn't I intentionally did it, but I accidentally had a sneaker. Let's put it that way, and I think it was loud enough that the students could hear it. I think. I don't know 100%, but I was so worried for like, you know, the next time I had the class that it was like word was going to get around that like, oh, did you hear what Mark did in class? Like he was sitting down in the grass and all of a sudden he blasted us and blah, blah, blah. And now I look back at like, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but I remember being highly embarrassed by that moment when I was teaching. I just didn't want to be the gross teacher, which is probably too late because all I do is make potty humor jokes all the time. Let's see, I see there was something there. I was new to this country and I was supposed to go to the Park Avenue in the city. I got out of the station and looked up and saw Park. Great, I said. I found it and headed towards it. Let's see. I look left and there's Park there too, and the right says the same. I was so confused. Where's Park Avenue? Dear reader, I found parking garages. That's funny. Wait a second, Lauren, what are you talking about? There are paintings of urinals on the wall?
I think there was, I'm remembering that there was a painting of like a urinal and a toilet on the wall of one and like just a toilet on the other one.
Was there?
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, that may be true, but like, if it says restroom and there's just a painting of a toilet,
I know.
how am I supposed to know that like I'm supposed to be looking for one that also has a urinal that, and you know the layout of that too, which would have been around a corner. Like that's just some weird decision making in that signage that they should have adjusted. Let's put it that way. What am I supposed to check out?
Sorry, I was trying to copy and paste.
And you copy and paste it into this instead?
Won't let me. Fourth center neutral individual bathroom found in the second floor bar area.
An individual what?
All include signage that encourages guests to attend whichever restroom they are most comfortable with.
Oh.
Visual cues as to what fixtures are offered inside.
Oh, so it wasn't that bad that I.
Right.
Or it's saying that, you know, use the bathroom that you're comfortable with.
But then check this out. This is somebody, that's more like marketing, but this one says, from someone who went there, the bathrooms are differentiated by paintings. They're basically hidden on the wall inside the bathroom. The ladies' room just has a toilet, yeah, while the men's room has a urinal and a toilet. They are so poorly marked, they had to get a security guard to stand outside the And yes, I did pee in the men's room. And yes, I got teased by assholes in the bathroom. Don't make the same mistake I did.
So I don't know. People probably can't hear that, but basically, my wife said that there are complaints online saying that the signage is so poor for them that people go into the wrong restroom on the regular, and that they had to have a security guard at one point to direct men to the other bathroom because it was so poorly. So I'm not that far off. So I don't feel as bad now. I would have felt horrible if I walked out of that bathroom and there was someone there waiting, like not just like a person who is like trying to um, like say like, oh, I was about to use the bathroom, but like if there was a security guard there that stopped me, that's where I would be like, oh, like I just didn't want to be seen as like a creep, and like that's that's pretty easy to be seen as if you come walking out of the wrong gendered bathroom, which is stupid anyways because gender bathrooms are dumb. Uh, I mean, so you justified my issue there, Lauren, right? So I'm not as bad as I thought I was. I shouldn't be as worried. Let's put it that way.
I like deer reader. Talking about the parking garage.
What? Oh yeah, yeah.
Deer reader. I'm parking garage.
I'm trying to draw laces and laces and laces that are all in here. Trying to add the like stressfulness of how many laces can be on all these shoes. Did I get them all? Oh no, I didn't get these. Make this one tied. I'll do a couple little 1, 2, 3. Count those. 1, 2, 3. 2. L Bantiago. Is that, why do I want to say it? Is that Laura? No, what is L?
Lynn, I don't know how you pronounce it.
Lenore? Bantiago? Anyways, thank you. Teacher Marin, yes. I like it. Teacher Marin, you're saying goodnight to people that are on here. I don't know if you know each other. Maybe you do. But I like, what's funny is watching the comments sometimes when I'm working and people ask the question of like, what materials are you working with? Or like, what's that paper you're using? And people answer for me before I can even get to it. I think that's very funny. That's an element of sort of what happens on this. I'm trying to figure out if I want to put like an extra color in those shoes. Maybe I want to do a color. Let's see. Would it be crazy to get in there and do like a purple? Maybe no. I like that. I like that. I can probably get away with that. We're in the. Ooh, I need to. Let's mix that one up, huh? Here we go. Here we go. Shaky, 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 shaky. Let's see. Did I get it? Oh, I did get it. There we go. Shaky, 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 shaky. So there's probably going to be people who are going to ask, and I'll answer, but why did I leave this space up here? And that's if I wanted to put in a word at some point. And it's like, you know, the word try, or like, I don't know. It needs like a little hint of a word in there, and I don't know what the word is yet, but that's what that space would be for. I don't know if I'm going to put it in there tonight. There may be a just blank space that could be intended to have words later. So. Shoes, 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 shoes. I might subscribe to the reality. Oh, John, or whatever it is, to hear all the Love is Blind episodes. Gotcha. Like, Laura, I know I have deadlines and whatnot, but weekend nights are off limits. Unless I get so close on the deadline that I need them, that we can watch stuff. So if you want to start the next Love is Blind, because isn't that up already? So if you want to watch something like that, we can. I'm not opposed to it. We also have to watch Foundation and all the other shows, but okay. The Exorcist. Ooh. I don't think I've seen The Exorcist in ages. Mila 711. I wish I could stay longer, but I have to go to sleep now. Thanks so much for another fun evening. Are you going to post the illustration later tonight? I would love to see the end result. I do not. If you're assuming you're still here, I do not post the same night. I generally post like a week later because tonight I'm just going to go to bed after this is done. And then I have other stuff I got to post from previous weeks, etc. So it will come up at some point. It will get posted. It's a matter of look for it next week at some point. There's other stuff I got to post before then that will take precedence. So, my tummy just went brow. Let's see. And then Teacher Marion say, were this a full bleed illustration, how much would be in the gutter? So this isn't set up to be a gutter. This is just meant to be sort of a single illustration. If this were a spread, I mean, this would be a very skinny book if this is a spread, and I wouldn't put a character in the center like this. That's pretty straightforward. That I know that for a fact. As far as a bleed, what most publishers look for is about 1/8 of an inch around the edges. Assuming if you have the gutter that you're involved, like if this is a single page and let's say a gutter sits over here or sits wherever, I would intend this as a left page just because I have the type in the upper left-hand corner. Whereas if I were to put this on the right, the type would be near the gutter, which is a little tricky. And it would be so close to the gutter that it's easier to think of this as a left-hand page. But if this were to be on that left-hand page and there were a gutter here, you would only do the bleed on 3 edges. The gutter wouldn't be involved, and then the other page would have 3 edges. So effectively, you have the 4 edges of the totality of that spread. I tend to, even though they ask most of the time for 1/8 of an inch, because they really don't need it to be like huge, I still tend to go about a 1/4 of an inch to a 1/2 an inch, depending. I do a 1/4 inch on interiors, because those are just going to be straight cut. For things like the case wrap, I tend to actually give up to almost a 1/2 inch to an inch extra. And a case wrap meaning, like, if we look at something like, let's see, does this have a case wrap on it? Yeah, essentially this does. So with this book, X Fang's book here, the case wrap is, the dust jacket is separate. The case wrap is the one that's actually adhered to the book. And so that's going to have an image that wraps around the front of it, around the edge of the board, the binder's board that's underneath, and then onto the inside and far enough in that when you put the end paper over it, it covers it. So if you look right now on this image or the book I'm looking at, that wrapped, the case wrap goes all the way in. So it's about 3/4 of an inch, maybe just over a 1/2 an inch, maybe somewhere in that range to 3/4 of an inch that carries over underneath that end paper. And so I try to stick something that would Whoa, what did I just lose? Oh, I lost the signature because of the little book plate that came with it. And so I try to be mindful of that, of how much they need on that case wrap. For the cover itself, I tend to put about a half an inch on that. And so, you know, it depends on the book. It depends on the scale. But when I say half inch or a quarter inch, that's in proportion to the final. And so, like, if I blow up the image, like if this is, you know, if this is larger than the scale of let's say it's an eighth inch on the final or the finished size, when you scale it up to work on it or anything of that sort, it's going to scale it up, so it might get bigger than an eighth inch, but somewhere in that range is where I like to stay. I hope that makes sense, or that's helpful in some way, shape, or form. Let's see. I want. Do I have a thin point? I need a certain type of bullet edge pen here. Let's see. I can do it with this. What I'm gonna do is make little. I forget what those are called. The little nubby things at the end of shoelaces. I'll put those in here too. So I'm just gonna put those on these. There's a name to these. Well, I don't want to say it's like not eaglet. What? Uh, uh, it starts with an E though, right?
No.
It doesn't? I?
Nope.
I thought it was one of those. What?
Fine.
An A?
Yep.
A
No, you had the rest of it right.
eaglet?
Yep.
Oh, an ankylosaurus? Teacher Marin says, thank you. So if that is a single left page, nothing on right side is lost to the binding. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose a little bit into the gutter. So like, again, that page, if I draw this on here, if I have, here's my spread, right? And so I have this gutter that runs down here. The rule of thumb is generally about eighth inch, eighth inch, eighth inch, etc. down the line. And then, which is for anybody that's watching from afar, an eighth inch is roughly, I'm gonna guess. I mean, it's 3 inches to I'm gonna guess it's maybe a half a centimeter, something like that, maybe less. As far as the gutter, though, this sort of area that stuff falls away, because your book, the paper actually comes down and binds in a way like this, you lose the image in the center. I like to leave about a half an inch on each side, so about an inch in the center. So I would lose maybe about a half an inch off this, which isn't horrible. And then you still see the stuff. It's not like it disappears, but it just falls into that curve, so it alters the image. Similar to like if anybody's old enough that remembers this, and I sure do, but not everybody does. But on a TV back in the day, there was an edge where like your TV was actually bowed and it would drop away, and so people were not supposed to put, or like you don't put stuff on that far edge because it bowed away and it would alter the image. Same thing in the book, it does something very similar. So anyways, that's that. Let me see, I need some white here. I know I made some, I don't have to make more. I'm looking for scrap, or not scrap, but extra paper so I can put in their eyes. So I need to find if I have some pre-existing white scraps. I mean, is this just pure white? No, that's not pure white. Just don't have to make some if I already have some. Let's see. Ooh, that looks like that. No, that's colored. I have so many things that are like close to white, or little pieces of white that have a little alteration to it color-wise. Maybe I'll just use this. It's fine, and I'll add some more white on the palette and go from there. I mean, effectively got about half an hour anyways. Teacher Marin, yes. And every publisher, so Teacher Marin, I don't remember if you had mentioned that, you know, you're trying to make books or something of the sort, or sort of in what capacity, but in the industry itself, there is no harm in asking the publisher to send you the layout or mock-ups of the thing called a galley, like what goes on each page and what words are there, etc. And then on top of that, even asking them to give you the guides of like their printer's marks. So it would have stuff like how much of a bleed, etc. Sometimes they just give you a thing that says like, here, set it up this way, which is fine if you know how to set it up. But if that's difficult, or you're someone who doesn't want to get into the math, then sometimes you just ask them to send you a file, and most of the time they will, because they have a designer that sort of puts it all together for you. But you can ask for a galley, you can ask for layout comps, you can ask for all sorts of things, and if they're nice, they should be able to send that to you. And I don't know as any would be mean and not send that. I most of the time have dealt with it so much that I just kind of set the file up myself, and easy enough to go. One of the ways that I deal with it, and we've talked to Fang tonight, and they when they work, they don't do digital sketches, but one of the things I have found easy for digital sketch, and you can do this in a traditional method too, is to set up a template. And so if I'm doing digital, I actually set up a Photoshop file that has, do any of these have anything on the back? Let's see if I can steal one of these. No, they all have stuff on the back. Great. Let's see if I have any cheap paper here I can sketch on. I thought I had a little cheap sketchbook back here. Somewhere here. Oh, there it is. I see it. So here, we'll draw on this, and I'll show you what I do for it. So in Photoshop, what I do, let me just grab a pencil that's going to be dark enough. There we go. Or maybe I'll map it up in different colors. Whoa, that'd be cool. Okay, so what I would do is I would lay out, here's my image of my spread, right? And I can find the center point. That's easy enough. In Photoshop, people should be able to do that. There's a way to go up to make a new guide, and you can, when you go up to the view new guide, it allows you to put in a percentage. So you can actually put in, vertical, and you can put in, if you type in, instead of putting in like how many inches or anything of that sort, you just type in 50 into the percentage symbol. It will actually put it right on the center for you. You don't have to do any work. But what I do is, in the image, what I do is I go and add the math to add that bleed, right? And so I figure out what that's going to be, and I make a file that's as big as that. Then I take that area that I've just defined here, so I have this little area here, and I shade it in with a transparency layer of like 25% value, and so it's gray, and I can see through it, and that gives me my marker for my bleed, essentially. So if my bleed, so like, let's say this page is in 8 wide by 10 tall, and I have a 1/4 inch, all of a sudden this whole length here becomes 10.5. Let's say 10.5 here. There we go. And this, again, 10.5 this way. Now this is going to have essentially 8 plus 8 plus another 1/2 inch, because that's a 1/4. So we end up with, what is that, 16.5. And that's, let's bring that together. There we go. I have my center point, and I have that nice and dark. And what I do is I take that, and then I just make that a layer. I lock it so it's transparency. So I add a opaque line that runs down the center. I make that as a transparency for myself to work on and sketch accordingly. If I want to do it traditionally, one of the things that I do is, rather than just using a sketchbook, what I would do is, I've done this in the past in some early books, is I do something similar wherein I go make that same setup that's there, again, with that bleed built in. Sometimes I would even put in, like, let's say here's my center line, the gutter. Sometimes I might even go in there and make little marks of like the rule of thirds on it, just so I can see it. Now, again, all of these lines are transparent in the file, but what I would do is take that and print that out. And I print it out on copy paper or something of the sort. There we go, we'll color this in. Ooh, that's pretty. I generally do gray just because it doesn't distract from the entirety of the piece. But you print that out in multiples, so you don't have to redraw this every time. So when you go to do your sketch, you already have it mapped out. Then you can come in there and go, oh, you know what? I really want to put my character over here, and I can have it cross the bleed and know that I'm going outside that edge, whatever, you know, here's my text box. Hopefully this is on here. And, you know, maybe here's my text down here, and this is another image. This crosses over that gutter. And one of the other things you can do is, while you're in there, and I've gotten to the point where I sort of know it, but actually map out, here's my gutter that I don't want to touch anything in that center. And again, if you just add a transparency there, you can see where what's gonna fall away. And so just make the job easy on yourself. And templates are not a bad thing of any sort. That's where I actually don't sketch in sketchbooks a lot of times, and it's not because of that, but definitely like working on just plain old copy paper sometimes makes that a whole lot easier to deal with. And so make it easy on yourself. It also means that if you like your drawing, you can cut it out. You can, you know, work with it in a variety of different ways. That I'll just do it with pencil because that may be easier. Did I just throw those sketches away? I did. The sketches that I was using for drawing these faces and whatnot. So I'm gonna do it this way. This bunny's gonna be really looking down their nose at this thing here. This one's gonna have, try to figure out where I want to put this face on this. Maybe bring that ear down. I can do that. That's fine. Big eye there. And then this one, we don't even see the face. It's just head. So we'll leave it like that. Chance here. So I just got to get this white going on this. It's nice and crisp. Are there any other questions, technical questions I can solve? I'll wait for some of this to dry. If there isn't, it's okay. I just want to make sure I give the set option. I'll get here when I get this little nose here. This guy's little nose there. And this guy's got a little nose, little peaky nose there. Peaky nose. What's in there? I have a technical question. Way to go, Mrs. Hoffy. I see what it is. Do you think Mayo would look cute as Moodang for Halloween? Yes. I bet you there's going to be a lot of people making their dogs Moodang. If people don't know who Moodang is, get with it. Moodang is a pygmy hippo that's online. Has become a internet sensation. As should be for what a lovely little pygmy hippo that he is. Look at these. Is Moodang a girl? I don't know why my mind is Moodang is not. You have to prove it to me. I don't believe it until I see it. What? Moodang's a girl? Well, Moodang needs to go in the right bathroom. That's all I know. Mudang likes to bite people, though. Sure you want Mudang to be your star, Lauren? Let's see. Okay. I'll try to get this leak. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll get this other one like thin little. So again, let's see. Wait, I had another. Oh, there we go. There's nice and big. Teacher Marin, thank you. I see the lovely comment there. About liking the movement in this piece. Gotta wait for that one to dry. So in the meantime, let me get a little brushy poo. A doodly doo doo doo, a brushy poo. I gotta do all the colored pencil too. We're already at. I got 15 minutes left to be able to get this done. That's it's gonna be fun. We're gonna get there. We're gonna do it. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this to live more down in this range. I need to get the colors right though. Let me get that sort of so that ear crosses down into the hair. Anyway, give it away, give it away, give it away now. Anyway now. See what I did there, everybody? Classic. Okay. Let that sit for a bit. Get back in here with my colored pencil, not colored pencil, Posca marker. We're gonna get this guy filled in here. Just gotta use the small one. Make sure I don't go outside of my lines. I want him to look a little like challenged with this one. Let's see. And then he's gonna have, oh, you know what this one's gonna have? Yeah, I have a tongue sticking out there. Okay, that's good for that. Let's go back in here. I'm trying to like make sure I'm cognizant of the time in here. Okay, now let's start getting in there and get these other details in here. Start making these live. I want this one to have a little bit of like a double chin looking. Bit there. Let's get up in here and let's we got a finger that's coming up. Hit it with the for the glue. Just fold it on itself. Unfold it here. There we go. There we go. Got it. Let's get in here with some of these. Other tones. What if I can do that? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. This might. Little tribute to uh, rug. That section. It feels a little rug-like. Okay. Let's see. Now, I gotta figure out hair on them too. What I'm gonna do for hair. Okay, let's try this. Let's get. Is that my black? Yes, it is. I need my colored pencil. I'm gonna cut my pencil sharpener. Let's go in here and let's add. I'm gonna feel a little. I've drawn this hair recently that I like this like sort of Linusy. Hair. So let's go have in fact, I'm going to darken up that head that's back there a little bit. I do with paint as best I can. Touch that. Let's see. Get in here and like, again, just richen that up a little bit. Back in there so it drops back. I will go back over the colored pencil if need be. Just to get that head to sink back just a little bit. And I'll come back in here and tweak some of these colors on things. A little bit of color in those cheeks. Get brighter colors on some of these hands. I'm gonna use that color actually up in here because I think this gets lost just a little. Draw it down. Okay, let's dry that and we'll keep going. We got 6 minutes. It may cut me off. I'm getting close though. These guys up there. A little more rich than what they were. And then what I'll do is that. Back in with these other colors. Rabbit ears in there. Where'd that black color pencil go? Ooh, we're cutting close, we're cutting close, we're cutting close. Okay, let's see. Now I want an indicator of color on the pants. Oh, no, stick down. Trying to work quick here. Just gonna get this all done. We got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. Okay. Thank you, Lauren. Oh, you know what I was going to do is I'm going to do this too. I need sharper. Got 2 minutes. Good. Let's have a chance to dry a little. Go. Zigzag green here. Okay. Anything else I want to add into this thing? Without.
Kind of exciting to have Peter Brown watching.
It was exciting to have Peter Brown watching. Who's he watching for? You probably just tuned in for me, right? Had nothing to do with his wife being on here. Just little old me.
In order to talk to me with
Yeah.
comments.
Teacher Marin, thank you for the book birthday well wishes.